1.5 games out of first place as tonight they face a Texas pitching staff working on a 20-inning scoreless streak. To Arlington for the Reds and Rangers.
The Cincinnati Reds would love to wrap up the month of June with a couple of wins. In order to do that, their offense must start producing. Meanwhile, the Rangers, as hot as a Texas sun, they aim to continue their winning ways, looking for their 10th win in their last 12 games. It is a warm summer night in Arlington, Texas. And we welcome you to Rangers Ballpark. Game 2 of this 3-game weekend series between the Cincinnati Reds and the Texas Rangers. And hi again, everybody, alongside the former Ranger, Mitch Williams. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Baseball on Fox. The Reds, for the first time, Mitch, they're struggling. They've not scored in their last 2 games. And in order to try and get back on a winning track, the one thing they've been able to count on all year long, their starting pitching, and especially tonight's starter, Mike Leake.
Well, there's no question. If they're going to count on somebody, Mike Leake has been the guy they have leaned on. Between he and Latos, you look at what Leake's done out of a 5 position in the starting rotation, there's a lot of teams that would love to have him.
Mike Leake will start it against Nick Tepish tonight for the Rangers, who have pitched very well despite having 3 starters on the DL and 3 relievers on the DL.
And you're right, they need to pitch. This is not the Rangers of 2010, 2011 that bashed the baseball. They have to pitch to stay in games.
And, of course, Ian Kinsler, a big part of their turnaround. They started this month very slowly, but since he's gotten healthy, they're winning games.
Well, in talking to Ron Washington, the manager, he is the straw that stirs the drink. When he came back, this team took off. When he got hurt, they kind of flattened out, played 18 and 18 baseball. They're a much better team when Kinsler's on the field.
Well, we'll see how it goes here tonight. Dusty Baker is really hoping his offense can find a way to get it going again. And for the Rangers, a matter of keep on keeping on. They won the opener here last night. Game 2 coming up next on Fox. On this early Saturday night. But as they like to say, Mitch Williams, it's a dry heat here in Dallas.
Yes, it's a dry heat. At least that's what they were saying when they were loading me in the ambulance this afternoon.
Well, the hometown Rangers have taken the field. Their opponent, the Cincinnati Reds, 10 games over 500. Their lineup brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live Moss. Shin-Soo Choo in center. Zach Cozart, the shortstop. Joey Votto down at first base. Brandon Phillips, a cleanup hitter. Jay Bruce in right. Xavier Paul, the DH tonight. Jack Hanahan starts at third. Devin Mesoraco for the injured Ryan Hannigan behind the plate. And Derek Robinson plays in left field, batting ninth. Our opening pitch tonight, brought to you by Budweiser. From May to July, buying Budweiser benefits military families. 24-year-old native of Kansas City, Missouri, only in his third year of professional baseball, is right-hander Nick Tepish.
And this kid, he's going to have to go out there tonight and continue what the Rangers have been doing lately. The scouting report on him, he's got an average fastball. And what I mean by that, he throws a sinker. Everything comes off his sinker. Not a strikeout pitcher. He wants the ball put in play. If he gets the ball elevated, he is susceptible to giving up the long ball. So he's got to keep the ball down and get these hitters swinging early, Tom.
Mentioned Nick grew up in Kansas City, pitched collegiately at the University of Missouri, and the defense for the Rangers behind him tonight. They move Martin into left. Angel Beltre makes his second major league start. He's in center. Nelson Cruz in right. Adrian Beltre, no relation. Elvis Andrews. Jurix and Profar over to second base. They're going to have Kinsler as a DH tonight. Moreland at first. Tepish and A.J. Pierzynski, who this year started his 13th opening day as a major league catcher. Ted Barrett is the crew chief of the Judiciary. You get a look at here tonight. Shin-Soo Choo will lead things off in his first season as a Red. Came over during the off year in a 3-team deal involving Cleveland, where he left, Cincinnati, of course, and the trade also involved Arizona. First pitch swinging, fly ball left center. A long way for Beltre, and he will watch it go. On the first pitch of the game, Choo plays long ball, 1-0 Cincinnati, and that scoreless streak, going back over 2.5 games, has come to an end.
And that speaks directly to what I was talking about in the scouting report. He got a sinker that was elevated, and Choo did not let him get ahead in the count. He jumped the first thing he could get up in the zone. You see the pitch, it stays right down the middle. Anytime you throw a sinker that just stays up and out over the plate, this is going to happen a bunch.
Cozart, first pitch swinging, fouls it out of play.
Anytime you're sporting a fastball anywhere between 88 and 92, you better be locating well, or you're going to get hit hard.
That ends a 22-inning scoreless streak for the Reds. There's a fly ball into short left field, and the shortstop Andrews out to get it. The Reds had not scored a run since the 5th inning of Tuesday's 7-3 loss at Oakland. They lost again on Wednesday. They had Thursday off. They were shut out here last night. And that was the longest scoreless inning streak for a Reds team over the last 3 years.
Well, and it's hard to believe when you look at this lineup, when you got guys like Phillips, Bruce, Votto in the middle of that order, it's hard to believe this team can be shut out.
It also should be noted, as Joey Votto looks at a strike, that ends a scoreless shutout streak for these Rangers. 20 innings in a row since they gave up that 2-run home run to Ichiro Suzuki to lose in the Bronx on Wednesday night.
And you look at Tepish's numbers, he's 3-6 with a mid-4 ERA. 2 or 3 years ago, he might be 6-3 because his team scored so many runs, but this is not that same Rangers team. They are not going to throw up 8 or 9 runs a night.
Joey Votto, a .321 batter, 14 home runs, 38 runs batted in. Count of 2-1 to Votto. And it's low ball 3.
If I'm Tepish in this situation, I'm not going to give him a whole lot to hit. He's in a cripple count, which means it's a hitter's count. Joey Votto's looking for one pitch in one area. That one.
He hammers that ball into left center field, and it airmails to left fielder Martin. And Votto will cruise in with a double, his 15th of the year. Remember now, Martin has been playing center field every day, and just to get Angel Beltre a start, they move Martin, and that is the Sun Field out and left.
Well, and you could tell by his route there, Tom, he kind of cut straight across the outfield rather than taking an angle. See how he's running straight across, then takes the angle? If he'd have taken the angle immediately, he might have had a shot at catching. But it is a Sun Field, and if you haven't been out there in the sun hunting down a baseball, it's zero fun.
You and I were talking just a few minutes ago about those fans out there in left field.
Oh, they're going to bake. Until that sun gets behind the stadium, they're going to cook.
It's only the
we see right there.
Yeah, take a look at that guy. Breaking ball low to Brandon Phillips. It's only the 4th career start for Martin as a left fielder.
Well, and the RBI leader on this team, Brandon Phillips, speaking with him early in the year, getting into the 4-hole in a spot where he has to produce. He talked to a bunch of guys like Miguel Cabrera, guys like that are expected to produce runs, and he's looking for pitches that are elevated in the zone with guys in scoring position.
The Reds 1 for their last 27, 0 for their last 16, and on this road trip 4 for 48 with runners in scoring position. I mean, that has been public enemy number 1, and a big reason why they're not getting that production is because Phillips, who leads the team, as you mentioned, in RBIs, on the first day of this month was hit on the left forearm in Pittsburgh with a fastball. It forced him to miss 4 games, and this is a guy who never misses games.
No.
And since coming back into the lineup, Phillips has barely been a 150 batter. Breaking ball away, 2-2. This was a pitch back on June the 1st. Right on the left forearm.
I mean, that's about as hard as you can get hit right there. And you look at him, and I don't care. You're going to be a little apprehensive when you get up in there. He kind of pulled off that pitch he fouled back. If he goes to it, he's got a chance of hitting it hard into the gap in right center.
Phillips is in the cleanup spot because on opening day of this season, the Reds cleanup hitter Ryan Ludwig, long time, very, very rock solid major league everyday player for many years with the Cardinals. Last year, an outstanding year, his first as a Red. Tore up his shoulder sliding into third base. They've not had it all year long, and they're wondering if they're going to have it.
Well, he did it on a head first slide, which I hate. I would rather see guys go in feet first.
Let him profile. They'll throw out Phillips with Votto on the third, 2 out.
I think that head first slide, which is made famous by Pete Rose, I think people think that if you don't go head first, you're not hustling. Well, that's not the case at all. I think you're playing the game the right way if you slide feet first. You're not supposed to be the one taking the punishment if you're the runner. Go in feet first. Make that guy with the glove in his hand field the ball knowing that there's a set of feet coming to him.
Jay Bruce, 18 home runs. That's a team best. 55 runs batted in, second only to Phillips. And a left-handed batting native Texan who grew up outside of Houston, Texas, looks at a strike.
This is a situation, if I'm Tepish, I'm going to be extremely careful right here because this is not a good matchup for him.
Off speed, low and away to even the count. Well, Bruce got off to a very slow start, only 1 home run in his first 34. Look what he's done in his last 45.
Well, it seems like every night he's on a highlight reel hitting a homer. He's been extremely hot, and that's why I don't think this is a good matchup right here for Tepish. And you see he's staying soft and softer. I'll be surprised if he throws him anything that's got any sink to it and risk taking the chance that he starts it in and lets it come back over the plate. Curveball again.
Hooked into right field, and Cruz will get it to end the inning. First pitch of the night. Shin-Soo Choo plays long ball, 1-0 Cincinnati. is brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Kinsler, the DH tonight. Andrews at short, Cruz in right. Adrian Beltre down at third. A.J. Pierzynski catching with Mitch Moreland at first. Latter third of the #1 prospect in all the baseball, Jurickson Profar, tonight at second. Angel Beltre in center. Leonis Martin in left. And on the mound for the Reds. Went straight from college right to the major leagues when the Reds made him their #1 pick 4 years ago. Right-hander Mike Leake.
And I love this kid. You look at him, the scouting report on him, he's not going to overpower you. He locates everything very well. And the bottom line, great athlete. Don't try and bunt on it. He can swing a bat. He can do anything. He's going to go out there and give you a quality start.
And Kinsler to lead things off. And he looks at ball one up and in. Kinsler at .295, 7 home runs, 28 runs batted in. Told you Kinsler went on the disabled list at the end of May. And without him, the Rangers struggled, and I mean struggled mightily. That one popped up. Cozart, the shortstop, in fair ground, makes a grab, 1 out. But ever since Kinsler has come back, the Rangers have taken off. It all began while they were playing through a 6-game losing streak. They were coming home to play the Oakland Athletics. They won 3 out of 4, and they've kept on rolling against very, very good competition.
Well, yeah, they went down and swept St. Louis. They played extremely well, like you said, against Oakland. And this guy, Kinsler, is a guy at the top of that order. He can put you up 1-0 like Chu did. In this case, he had a chance to put him in a tie, but he is a player that makes this team go. And there you see what I'm talking about with the location. You're not going to see anything in the same spot twice at the same velocity twice from Leake.
Leake just turned 25 years young, and already on his 4th season on a major league roster. Out of Arizona State University, he's one of only 21 players going all the way back to when the draft began in 1965 to not play a single inning of minor league baseball before going to the big leagues.
And I played with one of them guys, Pete Incaviglia, but him and Pete are a little different.
They are a little
He
different.
would fit in Incaviglia's pocket.
Andrews fouled this ball. Let's see where it got him. Right off the instep.
Yeah, and that's one thing with a guy like Mike Leake, you're going to see that a lot because of the sink on his fastball. And he goes right back in there and do it again. And now he's made him aware in there. And the last thing he wants to do is hit 3 in a row off his foot. So now he's opened up the outside part of the plate, or he can come right back in there. Or elevate it.
Andrus, a very slow start to this season. Only a .242. He's not hit a home run. 26 runs batted in. They gave him that big contract during the offseason to make him the very face of his franchise.
And that's the thing. You don't see a whole lot of. He handles the bat pretty well. He's been a pretty good hitter over the course of his career. But he's mainly known for his defense. A guy that is rock solid up the middle. But you don't see $100 million contracts handed out to guys that handle the glove real well.
Not a bad start to the season for Andrus. Hit .286 last year, but he's been anywhere from .260 to .286 in his very young career. But my oh my, has he struggled since. Gone swinging, and they're 2 out in the inning.
I mean, that's a 92-mile-an-hour, and you see the depth of this sinker. You got hitters swinging at a pitch that is glove high and finishes down there. That's nasty.
Nelson Cruz, team leader in home runs, 20 of those, 58 runs batted in.
And the Rangers are wanting to do to Leake exactly what the Reds want to do to Tepish. They want him to elevate that sinker. And Cruz might not see another pitch that good in this entire at bat.
Leake, a very quick worker. As Mitch mentioned earlier, he is a marvelous athlete. I mean, he wasn't some guy at Arizona State that they'd run out every Friday night to begin a series against somebody. The games he wasn't on the mound, he was playing in the field and was one of the best hitters on the team. A very good Arizona State team.
Well, and a lot of guys get pigeonholed as, oh, he's a pitcher, he's not an athlete. I played with a lot of pitchers that were tremendous athletes, and this is definitely one of them. He was a shortstop, was he not? That's what I thought. And that pitch just missed. A cutter on the outside half.
Played on the same Arizona State team as New York Met first baseman Ike Davis.
You see how that pitch, it's a pretty good job by Cruz laying off that pitch.
2-2 delivery. And that one off the inside corner. So 2 batters in a row now where Leake has gotten ahead of the ball in 2 strikes and has wound up running the count full.
Well, and these Ranger hitters know he's going to work down and stay down. He doesn't miss up very often. If he can go up with a 4-seamer in the middle of the plate, he can get him to swing through that. Or throw that cutter. That's just filthy right there.
1-2-3. It begins for Mike Leake. We go to the second in Arlington with the Reds in front 1-0. Tonight's game presented by Ace Hardware, sponsored by Ford. Only Ford gives you EcoBoost fuel economy and a whole lot more. And by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Good crowd on hand tonight. A little earlier starting time, Central Time, 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at our Ford keys to the game tonight, Mr. Williams.
For the Reds, they got to start hitting with runners in scoring position. Lately, it's killed them. And for the Rangers, the left-handed hitters must produce. The bottom 5 guys in their lineup are either switch hitters or left-handers.
Xavier Paul followed by Jack Canahan and Devin Mesoraco against Nick Tepish. 24-year-old right-hander. Here in Cincinnati's second inning, the Reds lead 1-0. And Paul fooled on the breaking ball, and it's 1-1.
Can't believe they had to check that right there. He went all the way around on it. Really good breaking ball from Tepish there. Yeah, I think that's a swing.
Paul, one of 3 players trying to fill that void after the injury to Ryan Ludwig out in left field. And really, the overall numbers have not been that bad. The Reds left fielders among all National League teams. From the left field position, the 5th most RBIs, but it's that presence in the lineup that Ludwig gave him.
Absolutely. You're talking about Brandon Phillips getting more pitches to hit due to the fact that Ludwig would be hitting behind him. People don't understand when you take a big piece out of the middle of your order how it has a trickle-down effect. You take Joey Votto out of there, then the second hole hitter's not going to get pitches to hit. The guy Jake Bruce, if he's not behind Votto, Votto's not going to get pitches to hit. It's an intricate game of chess is what it is.
3-1 on Xavier Paul. Roll over foul.
And these are the counts that Tepish has got to stay out of. He has to stay out of hitters' counts. 2-0, 3-1. Because he just can't stand out there and pump balls in the middle of the plate, or he's going to get hit all over the place.
Now, Ron Washington used the term, and Mitch, you can describe this for those that maybe are not familiar with it. First a 3-2, and Vaughn swinging his ball. He said that this guy has good pitchability.
And that's a demonstration of the pitchability Wash was talking about. He's behind in the count, 3-1. He gets him to pull a ball foul, and then throws the breaking ball down and in to get a left-hander to swing through it. That's what he's talking about, pitchability. He has the pitches to be at this level. Now he has to execute.
I mean, it's really been feast or famine for this young man. His last start threw the ball very, very well. That was a game delayed by 3 hours in St. Louis last Sunday night. Got locked up with Adam Wainwright. Tepish threw the ball quite well. 5 2/3, allowed only 1 run, but the 3 starts prior to that, he had given up 6, 5, and 6.
Yeah, and you look at him, and then you look at Grimm, who's got 7 wins, and his ERA is over 5. He's pitching on the wrong day because the Ranger obviously is scoring when Grimm's pitching. This kid's got a 4.5 ERA, and as I said in the Open 2 years ago, that's a lot of wins.
1-2 on Jack Canahan.
And this is where he has to work all day long. He's got to throw strike 1 and be ahead. Now he can get these hitters on the defensive and chase the sinker out of the zone or the slider out of the zone.
1-2 to Hanahan, and barely got a piece of that. He is filling in for the Reds' regular third baseman, Todd Frazier.
And Tepish kind of humped up on that one. That was 94 miles an hour. That's a good spot right there. Go ahead and bounce a breaking ball. And this is what you want to do when you're ahead. You want to stay away from the strike zone when you're ahead. Good job by A.J. Pierzynski. Had he swung at it, he still wouldn't have been able to throw him out at first. A.J. is one of those guys behind the plate that he's tough, he's mean, and he sells out on everything.
Good slow breaking ball, struck out Hanahan. Back-to-back strikeouts.
And the difference in these two pitches, this one's over the middle of the plate, and he has to honor it and go after it, where the other one was in, he could lay off. Really good job of pitching there.
Now you get a look today, he's working on 5+ days rest, and those numbers have been very, very good. When he's had to work on shorter rest, not as good.
Well, and some young guys are used to that because everything's changed over the last 20 years and how pitchers are handled when they're young. They're used to only throwing once every 5 days or once a week, once every 6 or 7 days, and they get used to that. They get to the big league level and it's once every 5 days. They're not used to it.
Of course, their president and CEO is sitting down there in the front row, Mr. Nolan Ryan, the Hall of Famer. You know, he made the declaration when he took over this franchise that things were going to begin to change in that regard.
I couldn't agree more with him. I honestly believe that your body can do what you train it to do. And if you train it to go 5 innings, that's what you're going to get, 5 innings.
One and 2 to Devin Mesoraco. Tepish trying to fan the side. And he does. How about that?
Really good breaking ball. 2 breaking balls in a row the last hitters. Outstanding.
by Ace Hardware, sponsored by Budweiser. America's beer supports America's heroes. Now, which one of those saddles would have been yours here, Mitch Williams? You're a Texas guy.
Yeah, I would use the one on the left there because the saddle horn's a little bigger and we'd put a little inner tube around it and go team roping.
Bottom of the second inning. Adrian Beltre, Jay Pierzynski, Mitch Moreland against Reds right-hander Mike Leake, who put him down in order in the first. Reds got a home run the first pitch of the game from Shin-Soo Choo, and that's the game's only run so far.
And again, Leake's working ahead in the count.
One hopper down to Hanahan, one out. Well, your good buddy is hanging out. Back at the MLB Network studios, that would be Matt Vasgersian. Let's check in with our buddy for a game break.
Tom, Yankees and Orioles, bottom of the first, and the ex-Ranger Chris Davis has struck again. His major league leading 29th of the year, RBIs 75, 6 and 7 to put him just 4 RBIs behind Miguel Cabrera for that major league lead. 4-0 Birds early. Tom, back to you and Mitch.
It's an unbelievable start, isn't it?
Unbelievable. This guy, you look at these numbers, and this guy was a Texas Ranger, almost considered like a 4A player. He goes to Baltimore, and Showalter says, you're playing every day.
Votto will handle a ground ball to flip to Leake, and Pierzynski taken care of. 2 up, 2 down.
Tom, I know you see the Reds a whole lot more. I see them play every day, but not on an inning-to-inning basis. Votto, to me, has made himself one of the best defensive first basemen in the National League.
Worked very, very hard at it, and he'll be the first to tell you of all the accomplishments, MVP, All-Star games, what have you. His proudest moment was winning the Gold Glove 2 years ago.
The thing that impresses me is the toughest play for a first baseman is that 3 to 6 to 3 double play, the throw. And he makes it from some awkward angles, and it's always right where it's supposed to be.
Well, despite their recent hitting woes, the two things the Reds have been able to count on, and really it's a reason they still remain with one of the 7 best records in all of baseball, is because of pitching and defense. They are a sensational defensive team, and their starters have the 3rd best ERA among all teams in Major League Baseball.
Well, and you look at their starters over the last couple of years, they used 5 starters in 2012, which is unbelievable to me. And Cueto being hurt, they've had to use an extra guy this year, but those other 4, the number of innings they give them is ridiculous.
Fly ball, left field. Robinson broke back, comes in to get it. 1, 2, 3 again go the Rangers. And we go to the 3rd after a word from your local Fox station. Baseball Night in America is presented by Ace Hardware, and we welcome you back to Rangers Ballpark, Arlington, Texas. End of 2. Cincinnati with a 1-0 lead over the Rangers on a home run. The very first pitch thrown by Nick Tepish tonight. A home run off the bat of Shin-Soo Choo, due up second behind Derek Robinson. And then Zach Cozart here in the Cincinnati third inning. Pleasure to be joined down in the Ranger dugout by Derek Holland. And Derek, first of all, thanks for joining us. And how about your last game? A complete game shutout against the Yankees in New York, 2-hitter. A Ranger has not thrown a shutout in the Bronx since a guy named Kevin Brown. You remember watching Kevin Brown pitch?
Actually, yeah, I do. I know I'm a youngster, but I do remember watching him pitch. And, that was a huge game for me. I haven't had very good success against the Yankees to begin with, and that was a big game.
Derek, we're looking at some highlights of your game, and the thing that got me really impressed, your breaking ball. You threw 2 different sliders that day, the get me over slider and then the put me away slider. Is that something you've been working on more and more?
I've been actually working on that, and then also my curveball. I want to be able to throw that at any time, at any count, any spot. And I've been spending a lot of time with Maddox working on that, and I thought we've done a good job of working with that, doing it in the bullpens and act like we're facing hitters too.
To give you an idea, not just the first Ranger since Kevin Brown, but that was the first time a left-handed starter had shut out the Yankees in the Bronx, allowing no more than 2 hits in a game. You got to go all the way back. Now, I know you remember this guy, Mitch, Matt Young.
Oh, yeah.
Who did it for Seattle back in 1983. I don't even know if Derek was born yet.
Yeah, I wasn't born yet.
Oh, and there's some firewood.
And the boot by the youngster Profar.
I promise you that ball had some funky spin on it going out there.
Probably did.
We're going to look at it from home plate, and we'll see what the route this ball takes. It just stayed down on him.
Yeah, I looked at it from over there at first base. It looked like it did. It stayed down on him.
Right in the heel.
You know, Derek, you look at your Ranger team and you go back, and we asked Ron Washington about it before the game today when you guys had lost 6 in a row and Oakland was coming in here for a big series. And, you'd lost the 6 games in a row. You win that opener to snap it. Never since then you guys have played such good baseball. But Ron felt like that team meeting, he wouldn't give himself any credit, but he felt like he just needed to let you guys know that you're the Texas Rangers, a team that's been in the playoffs 3 straight years. You've been a part of all of those teams. You think that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like overall, I thought, with everybody from pitching to hitting to everything, we were trying to overdo everything, just trying to do more than what we were capable of, just getting out there and not just sticking to what we've been doing the whole time and letting guys do their part with, if you hit the home run, hit the home run. If you, get the small ball into the small ball. But I felt like we just kind of did a little more than what we should have been doing.
Derek, I look at this team now, and it's not the offense that's going to bash 10 runs a game. So it kind of puts more pressure on you, the rest of your starting rotation, to know you got to go out there and make pitches on a start-to-start basis. Do you feel any added pressure from that?
You mean me or Darvish?
All of you.
No, yeah, we, our job is just to go out there and start the game and try to close it. That's what we want to do. We can go as far as we possibly can, but the main thing is keeping our defense on their toes and letting them make the plays for us as long as we make quality pitches.
It's hard to believe you've only been around really 3 full years. I know you've been in the big leagues 4 years, but the 1 year, part of a year for you, going back 3 seasons ago. And to think that you look around and with all the injuries you've had in your starting rotation and all the injuries you've had in the bullpen, that now you become really the veteran guy as far as the starting rotation is comprised right now.
I don't know about that. We still got the guys when we come back home with Colby. He's a big veteran guy. Basically, we're like, if we have a problem or something like that, we tattle to Colby and let him be the guy to solve it for us. But me and Darvish really got to step things up for us, and actually me more than him, anything. But we got to continue to go out there and let the young guys feed off of us. They always say hitting's contagious. Well, I feel like pitching is too.
I agree totally with you on that one, Derek. And I look at you. I go back to the World Series game you threw a couple of years ago, and you cannot possibly throw a baseball better than you threw it in that game.
I agree with you. I mean, that was an unbelievable game. A great ball club over there. I mean, they were champs for a reason. I mean, the whole story behind them was pretty impressive. I mean, they got their way into the playoffs, and they just went from there and took care of business. And like I said, it was a great World Series. It's probably the best one in a long time. But yeah, it was definitely fun.
0-2 to count on Shin-Soo Choo after the error by Profar allowed Robinson, who can really run over there at first base. 0-2 to count on Choo. He homered on the first pitch of the night. And a breaking ball is low.
Derek, these young kids that you've got in Tepish and Grimm.
And myself.
Well, you look like you're 15.
I am. I am still a young guy.
You're only young once, but you can be immature forever, buddy.
I agree.
But these kids are kind of having to grow up on the fly, kind of like you did. Do you tell them anything about pitching in the big leagues this young?
I just try to keep them from doing what I did in the past. When I first got here, I let my emotions just destroy me. Anytime that you give up a heads up.
Watch your lips down there, Derek.
Hey, I'm like a cat over here. I'll move. I'll get out of the way. No, like I said, that I just try to let them learn quicker than what I did. If you give up a hit or a home run or anything, don't let that. Somebody got hit over here, I guess. Don't let that affect your game. You got to go out there and continue to stay strong mentally and realize that this game is very mental compared to what I thought when I first got here. It's just like, here, I'm going to grip it, rip it, and see what happens. And it didn't really work out for me too well.
Well, when I was a Ranger, I gripped it and ripped it and ended up a Cub.
Well, I don't really know what to say to that.
I was invited to leave a lot.
You still hold the Rangers all-time record for appearances in a season.
Yeah, they knew I could throw every day. They didn't say I had to throw well.
Yeah, they just, if we need him to mop up something, we'll just bring him in.
Exactly.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm just kidding.
Now, Bobby Valentine was singing your praises when you and I were in Boston, about how you take the ball all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Come on now.
I was immature, though, because I thought I was supposed to pitch in all 162 games.
I will say you did have a sweet mullet back in the day.
Well, it was ranked.
Definite.
It was number 6 all time.
That's impressive. We talked about the mustache too. You said yours was almost as good as mine.
Yeah, it wasn't. Mine wasn't as any. I didn't shave until my second year in the big leagues.
Well, I didn't shave for almost 2 years. It felt like I didn't shave for like 6 years though, and it finally was just showing up.
Well, if you put milk on your upper lip, a cat will lick that off.
I've heard that several times. Get a lot of compliments on that.
3-2 to count now on Choo. Extended at bat here.
And Choo is definitely making him work.
Oof. And it'll be an 8th pitch in this at bat. Well, Derek, we want to thank you for taking the time to join us down there tonight. Continued success. Good luck the rest of the way for you and your team.
Keep firing, Derek.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Derek Collins, pride of Newark, Ohio, joining us from the Rangers first base side dugout.
You look at that kid. He's a strong kid. He's going to be in baseball a long time. We're watching him grow up at the big league level.
Another foul ball out of play. There will be an 8th pitch in this at bat. Well, when the Rangers were in New York, Derek Holland and Justin Grimm visited the MLB fan cave. They reenacted scenes from the movie Dumb and Dumber. What do you think their chances are of the sequel there, Mitch Williams?
I think they both look I know Holland looks really natural in that orange suit. He might own that.
And there's ball 4. That's quite an at-bat right there by Choo. Fell behind 0-2, worked it full. Draws a walk, and here comes pitching coach Mike Maddox, the older brother of Hall of Famer to be Greg Maddox.
And I'm sure Maddox is going to go out there. He's going to put his right hand on the shoulder of his starting pitcher. There you go. He wants to feel the tension in his shoulders. And just explain to him he's a sinker ball pitcher. One pitch, you got 2 outs. Get him to hit the ball on the ground. And this is the look right here. The look on Tepish's face. He doesn't want to give anything away to the hitters. Don't let them think you're struggling. Get your sign, bear down, and make the pitch you need to make.
So now the Reds are in search of that runner in scoring position base hit. 8 for their last 98, spanning 13+ games. They may ask Cozart to bunt here. And they try to pick off at second. Robinson back safe.
Now, if I'm Dusty in this situation, struggling the way they've been struggling with runners, as we look at the replay here, quick feet by Tepish, and you see Robinson beats a throw. But if I'm Dusty and they're struggling the way they've been struggling, Tom, you got your 2-hole hitter up. Put them in motion, hit and run. Take the decision whether or not the hitter's swinging out of his hands and make him just concentrate on putting the ball in play. That can get a hitter out of a funk quicker than anything.
Well, the Rangers believe he's up there to bunt. And he puts it down perfectly. You can't roll it out there any better than that.
Nope. And I will be shocked if Joey Votto sees anything he can reach here. This is a perfectly executed bunt. When the pitcher has to come that far in to get it, he has no chance at the guy at third. He has to take the out at first.
Well, A.J. Pierzynski looking into the dugout, wanting to know how they want to handle Votto, and this is a no-brainer.
Yeah. He already hit one about 1,000 miles an hour into left field in his first at bat.
Votto the double into left field his first time up will be intentionally walked. He'll continue to lead the planet in OPS, on base percentage plus slugging percentage.
I hated doing this, Tom. The intentional walk. I always told my manager, give me a chance, I'll probably walk him anyway.
Let's go to Matt Vasgersian back at the MLB Network studios for a game break.
Tom, Brewers and Bucks. Pedro Alvarez has hit one of the 2 home runs at PNC Park that made it all the way to the Allegheny River without a bounce, and he almost did it again moments ago. He'll settle with extending his hitting streak to 12. Pirates trying to extend their winning streak to the longest in a decade, looking for their 8th in a row. Back to you guys in Arlington.
Boy, that team is absolutely rolling, Matt Vasgersian. Won 7 in a row. They've gone into first place in the Central. They're 19 games over 500 for the first time since they last had a winning season in 1992.
Well, had that ball made it to the Allegheny, it might have knocked someone off that boat.
Brandon Phillips 6 of 8 with the bases loaded this year. And he'll look at a strike.
And if I'm Tepish, that's the last fastball he's going to see in this AB. He got ahead with it. He made a quality first pitch on the outer third. Don't give him another fastball.
Phillips, the Reds team leader, 60 runs batted in. He's up there with the bases loaded and only 1 out.
He stayed with the fastball coming in. I just think you got to take your chances by trying to control Brandon's bat speed and throwing him off speed rather than sticking with that fastball and making him try and chase it off the plate.
Those are the numbers we referred to a moment ago. They're 0 for their last 18.
That almost hit him there. I'll be surprised. We're going to look at this pitch again. It looked like it almost got him, just missed his thigh. AJ's got to be doing that for a reason. They've got to be trying to get him out of the way. They've tried to come in the last 2 pitches. If they're going first sign, he's going sinker again.
Into right center field, a sinking liner will fall in a base hit. And will plate Robinson, and the Reds still have the bases loaded. Phillips RBI number 61 and a 2-0 lead.
We're going to look at the pitch by pitch here, and if I'm a hitter and I'm shown first pitch fastball away, Next 2 pitches, he tries to come in on him with fastballs. He backs him up right there. If I'm Brandon Phillips, I know he's going away here, and that's exactly what he did. And Brandon stayed on it and dumped it into right.
So that snaps a string. The Reds were hitless in their last 18 at bats with a runner in scoring position. And now Jay Bruce with a chance to put a big time crooked number up there in this Cincinnati third. Tardy on a fastball.
Wow. I bet Jay Bruce would love to have another opportunity at that pitch. And again, pitching is just, can I control the hitter's bat speed and keep him from barreling the baseball? And Tepish has been going to his curveball a lot to left-handers. And there it is again. Now he's got 4 opportunities, Tom. I always viewed it. I never worried about pitch count. When I had a guy 0-2, I looked at it. I got 4 chances to get him to chase a ball and stay out of the strike zone. You got bases loaded. Take your chances. This guy's an RBI guy. He wants to drive the ball. He wants to drive guys in. Stay out of the strike zone. That's a great pitch.
On the outside corner with a fastball, 2 away in the inning. Bruce did not like it.
We're going to look at this pitch sequence to Bruce. He gets ahead. Bruce really wants this pitch right here back. That's a fastball up and out over the plate. Goes to his curveball. And now he paints him. That's a ball, but he hit the mitt. Jay had a pretty good argument right there, but that's a pretty good job of pitching.
So now 1 more out to go to keep it a 2-0 deficit for Tepish and the Rangers, and Xavier Paul settles in.
And the thing a young pitcher has to realize, okay, I just got Jay Bruce out, who's been hotter than heck, but the inning ain't over. He's got to finish this, get this 3rd out, because he's got 3 runs standing out there. You can't relax. You got to treat Paul just like you treated Bruce.
Paul has hit a grand slam already this year. 3 of 6 with the bases loaded. The Reds feel like Paul might be their best fastball hitter. That's why you saw that first breaking ball a moment ago. And another breaking ball to get ahead 0-2.
Well, and he hung that breaking ball. Now he's got the opportunity. His first at bat, he struck him out with a slider down and in. He can go there, but it's dangerous because you got bases loaded, and if it gets in the dirt and gets by Przinsky, then you're giving up another run. I'd stick with the breaking ball, the big curveball. That's a good try right there. If I'm Xavier Paul, I'm thinking I'm getting nothing but breaking balls in this at bat. This is a really good opportunity for Tepish to throw the same fastball here that he threw to Bruce. Something on the outer third down.
That's what he did.
If that ball's down, Tommy, he's got him. But it's elevated, and he was able to catch up. That was 94 miles an hour. Had he kept it down on the outer third, he had a really good shot at him.
See, it's been a lengthy 3rd inning here, starting with an error by Profile, which made the run in this inning, incidentally, an unearned run. He should be out of the inning, but he's not. The 1-2 pitch.
There it is.
Same pitch he struck out Bruce.
Yep.
The Reds with the reason to smile after the base hit from Brandon Phillips. in profile, making his way to the plate. He's been up for a little more than a month. Tonight getting to start at second base. Boy, they're so excited. Not only the #1 prospect for the Rangers, but ranked the #1 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. That's on the field. What about off the field? 3 things you need to know about him. Grew up in Curacao. Andrew Jones grew up there. He played in the Little League World Series in 2004. Like many from Curacao, speaks multiple languages, 4 of them. And idolizes the man he, I guess, conceivably could ultimately replace, although Ron Washington made it very clear today that ain't happening this year.
No, and not for a while anyway. Andrews just signed that long-term deal, but this guy is just an athlete. They've worked him in the outfield. He can play anywhere on the infield. There's just no room for him on the infield right now that Kinsler's back, but they want to get this kid at the plate with a bat in his hand.
In the air, left field, Robinson in the left center. Profar got to start at shortstop here last night, and perhaps a foreshadow of things to come in his career.
I mean, look at the arm strength here, Tom. And having the wherewithal to bounce that ball. Had he tried to throw it in the air, he's not getting him. And then this play. The ability to make that play and get to his feet and make a strong throw. There's not a lot of guys in the league that can make that play.
7 in a row retired by Mike Leake to begin the game. Number 8 hitter is Angel Beltran. Now this young man was just brought up to the major leagues. Well, you talk about a place to make your major league debut. Why not do it at Yankee Stadium?
Oh, yeah.
Even though it's a new Yankee Stadium.
It looks a whole lot. When you're on the field in the new Yankee Stadium and looking around, it looks a whole lot like the old one.
See his numbers at AAA Round Rock. Got a base hit in his first major league plate appearance. That came in the Bronx on Thursday against Phil Hughes.
Pretty good job of staying on a breaking ball down right there.
Votto bobbles and can't find the handle. Well, Votto made a comment just a couple of days ago. He has been very disappointed in his defense this year.
Well, and that right there, Tom, had he stopped his feet, we're going to look at it on the replay. Had he stopped his feet right here, if he just stops, he's fine. But he kept trying to go and make the play himself. If he had just stopped, I think he could have picked the ball up. The one thing you don't want to do when the ball's on the ground, you do not want to try and use your glove. You see him go after it with his bare hand, but it's still hopping.
That number right there, the point of reference of what Votto was commenting on just a couple of days ago. And believe me, for those of us who have had a chance to see the Reds play, there is no harder working right side of an infield in Major League Baseball on their defense than the duo of Votto and Phillips.
No.
There's a reason why they win Gold Gloves, multiple Gold Gloves in Phillips' case. But they're normally the first ones at the ballpark every day, and it's not in the batting cage. Base hit in the right field. So now the Rangers trying to take advantage of an error.
And that right there, that's a ball that got elevated, and that's exactly what both of these lineups have to do. They have to make both these pitchers elevate their sinker. And you see right here, that's a sinker elevated. When it stays up, it doesn't have any movement to it, and it becomes very hittable. And Mike Leake doesn't leave him up there very often.
So now back to the top of the order. Ian Kinsler popped up to the shortstop, Zach Kozar, his first time up.
And right here, this is where Leake needs to work. Stay down, get him to hit the ball on the ground, because the fly balls will run. Kind of ran off and left a breaking ball right there.
Kinsler's been lights out with runners in scoring position, better than a 360 batter on the year. 2 on, 1 out.
And I really think in this situation, you got Kinsler up. Mike Leake is not going to give in here. He knows he's got Andrus, who's struggling, standing in the on-deck circle. If I'm Leake, I'm going to take my chances with Andrus rather than with Kinsler. And you've seen him throw him a breaking ball way up and out of the zone, another breaking ball way off the plate. I just don't think Kinsler's going to see a lot to hit in this at bat.
Martin, by the way, extending his hitting streak now to a career best 13 consecutive games. He's batting in that 9-hole, but he's the hottest hitter in their lineup right now. Check swing roller. Votto will come to the plate and throws it by the catcher. Both runners advance, and it's a 2-1 ball game.
And that's going to be the second error on Joey Votto in this inning. I know that ball was bringing him towards the plate, but I don't really think he had a play there. He probably would have been better off just surrendering the tying run and getting the out at first. As we look at it here, it's a check swing, but that runner at third busted on contact. Even if the throw got there at the same time as the runner, that's going to be given an error. It's really not an error. The throw's there. But when the hitter or the runner and the ball get there at the same time, there's no way the catcher can catch that.
So now a chance to tie it with a fly ball or even a ground ball. A chance to take the lead with a base hit. 2 Joey Votto errors here in the Texas bottom of the 3rd inning have helped the Rangers score a run and given them a golden chance to score more than that.
And I got to say, that's a tough error right there. I mean, he's trying to make a play, and I'm not sure if they could have even gotten the out at first base. As we look at Joey, there's no one that feels worse than him right now.
Well, Andrews waiting, and now the pitch from Leake. First pitch breaking ball inside, 1-0.
You see Votto make this play, and Leake is over there covering. I guess they could have gotten the out. That's why the error, the throw bounced. Had it been in the air, I don't think they'd have given it an error. But even if it's in the air, the runner's going to be safe.
Ground ball, and they're going to go to third, and Hanahan missed the tag. Well, it was almost as though Hanahan had no idea what was going on around it.
No, if we watch the replay here, this throw is offline, Tommy. This throw pulls him towards the left field side of third base. He broke back to third right here. Now watch the throw. It pulls him into left field. Cozart did a really good job of getting around that ball, but the throw pulls him down the line almost into the umpire, and he's able to sneak in there. Kinsler's able to sneak in there.
Well, all of a sudden, we were talking a moment ago about how this Cincinnati defense has been lights out for the better part of 3 years, and yet they've committed 3 errors in this inning alone. That'll be an error on the shortstop, Cozart.
And Leake has given up 2 runs on 1 single. But this is a kid that does not let what happens behind him affect what he does with the ball in his hand.
Well, they're on the corners. And now you're getting into the meat of the order. Cruz struck out his first time up.
Yeah, and it was on cutters away, and I expect him to live out there again.
You saw the 3 errors. That ties a game high this season for the Reds, and they've committed all 3 in this 3rd inning.
Well, he needs a ground ball double play right here.
1-1 to Nelson Cruz.
I expect him to go back to that cutter at some point to try and get Cruz to pull off the ball and hit it on the ground. And going back in.
And missing it. 2-1.
Well, I think that's a pitch at Nelson Cruz because he is not afraid of the ball in. He sees much better than he sees away. You watch how he spits on this pitch inside. He's on the plate. He knows that ball's in. It's a ball away that he struggles with.
That ball shot into left center field, caught by Robinson. Tagging and scoring the 3rd run of this inning is Kempsler, and the Rangers have their first lead of the night.
We're going to look at this pitch, Tommy. And again, I say he's not afraid of the ball in. And this is a cutter that stays in. And you see how he knows that ball's on the plate. Gets his hands through the zone inside that ball and drives it into the left.
Well, Brandon Phillips coming over to Mike Leake to say, come on now, let's get one more out here and get out of this nightmarish 3rd, where the Reds have committed 3 errors, 2 by Votto, 1 by their shortstop, Zach Kozar. And the Rangers have taken advantage, scoring 3 times to take a 1-run lead.
And they thought they were going to be running right there.
Andrews has 17 steals in 20 attempts.
This is not a bad place to start a runner. If he does get thrown out, then you got Beltre leading off an inning. So it's not a bad spot for Andrews to run.
Adrian Beltre fouls it off out of play. Well, what a career it has been for Adrian Beltre.
You want to talk about someone fun to watch play third base, Tom?
You're right.
The game last night, unbelievable by this guy.
Seems to get better and better every year. Right now nursing a very, very tender hamstring. Yet continues to make plays, get base hits. This one straight up in the air. Kozak to end the inning. But an ugly inning for Votto and the Reds. 2 errors by Votto, and the Rangers celebrate, scoring 3. Sponsored by MasterCard, preferred card to Major League Baseball since 1997. And by Chevrolet, find new roads. Well, the Rangers take advantage of 3 Cincinnati errors and score 3 times in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So for the first time tonight, 24-year-old Nick Tepish will get the ball with a lead. Speaking of being an early 20s guy, that would be Matt Latos. Difference between Matt Latos and Nick Tepish. Matt Latos, you've already been in the major leagues for over 4 years, making well over 150 major league starts. When you look at a guy across the diamond who's 24 and really just getting going in his career, anything come to mind for you?
A lot of things. You know, a guy who's, I mean, he's pitching real well for them. His curveball looked really good. I've been inside for most of the game doing the chart, but yeah, I just brings back memories being young. I mean, it's an adrenaline rush, you know, being so young, being up in the big leagues, and having a stacked crowd, and it's just fun. Something you always dream about.
He just struck out Hanahan to begin the Cincinnati 4th inning.
But Matt, there probably isn't too many guys in the league today that are more competitive than you, and you kind of wear your emotions on your sleeve, which I love because I like the competitiveness. When you were 24, did you have a whole lot harder time tempering that than you do now?
Yeah. You know, you mature with age. It's just a process of life, I guess. This year, it's one of my biggest things I've been trying to work on is just making sure that I keep my emotions in check. You know, it seems that every time my emotions get to me on the mound, a big run or a big inning always seems to happen. So keep it in check, keep the ball club in the game, and keep it close. And we have the offense. We have the offense to win ball games.
You know, Matt, you've had really an unbelievable start to your Cincinnati career. As some may know, many may not. You came over in a big trade last year. The Reds gave up a couple of former #1 picks to bring you over to be the co-ace, if you will, alongside Johnny Cueto. And first month and a half as a Red didn't go all that well for you. Now all of a sudden, tomorrow you'll make your 50th start as a Red. You've only lost 5 times. It's not too bad.
No, not at all. You know, again, a lot of that has to go to the credit of our offense and our defense. You know, I throw the ball, but I've got no control of what happens afterwards. And with the defense that we have, 2 Gold Glovers on that right side, and I know a really good shortstop and a third baseman, and then the rest of the outfielders. It's relied on them, and then the offense. We don't score runs, I don't win ball games. And there's been plenty of times where they've picked it up where I've given up a bunch of runs, and they've scored a bunch of runs also. Well,
you know, this year you've had 5 blown saves behind you. You very easily could be looking at a 12-1 record. You're 7-1 right now with an ER fractionally over 3. You've never been to the All-Star game. Now you're still a very young man. You just turned 25 at the end of last year. What would a trip to the All-Star game mean to you?
It'd be good to get it out of my system, but you know, your career is not really measured by how many All-Star games you got or how many times you've been to the All-Star game. It's what you've done for your team. You know, if you go to the All-Star game, it's a blessing. You know, it'd be good to go, but you know, winning world championships and winning divisions with a team is more important.
Well, Matt, we thank you for taking the time to join us and wish you good luck in your start tomorrow.
Quick and easy, guys. Thank you.
Keep rolling, buddy. 1, 2, 3 for Tepish, pitching with a lead. Baseball Night in America is presented by Ace Hardware. Along with Mitch Williams and our entire Fox Sports crew, Tom Brennan, pleasure to have you with us on this Saturday night. Reds in that last inning committed 3 errors in an inning for the first time since May of 2006 in Arizona, when the names of the late Ryan Friel, Scott Hatterberg, and Felipe Lopez committed errors in 1 inning against the Diamondbacks. Otto had 2 of them, and Cozart had 1.
And Nick Tepish went out there and did exactly what he's supposed to do after an inning like that. He threw up a really quick 1-2-3 inning and got Rangers back in the dugout.
Swing and a miss by Pierzynski, and he'll be out number 1 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And let's go around the ballpark. Take a look at the Fox Sports 1 fan cam. Fans who are excited about America's new sports network, Fox Sports 1. That's coming August the 17th. That'll be right when the baseball pennant races are heating up, right when football's getting ready to crank up, college football, the NFL.
It's a great time of year.
Sure is. A lot of people say, you know, around March Madness. I think end of August, beginning of September, right there when you've got college football, got the NFL, you got the pennant races leading into baseball's postseason. How does it get any better than that?
It doesn't. Even as a former player, that was my favorite time of year. You go through July, all the football mini camps are over, and then preseason football starts, college football starts. If you're in a pennant race, you're jacked up about that, and you have to look for distractions to kind of keep your mind off of being in a pennant race. So that, for me, hands down, was my favorite time of year.
Well, now you have Fox Sports 1 to get jacked up about.
Absolutely.
As well. So 2 up, 2 down for Leake, and now it's Profile. Flied out to the left fielder. Robinson is only at bat.
And this is what I love about Mike Leake. The old saying, you think long, you think wrong. Mike Leake doesn't do a whole lot of thinking in between pitches. He knows what he wants to do, and he executes the pitch.
You think long, you think wrong.
Exactly.
Did you come up with that yourself?
Well,
I like that.
When I was in Chicago,
I was there too.
Yeah,
with you
were there with me, Tommy, and Zim was the manager. He barred me from pitchers meetings because he said, I do not want you thinking at all when you're on the mound.
Oh, that's right up Zim's alley.
Oh,
God bless him. One of the all-time greats to ever put on a uniform. The uniform of life. He's one of the all-time greats.
There's no question. There's Zimmer stories. You can talk to 1,000 different people, and they'll have stories about Zim.
If I remember right, married to his wife Soot, well over, 60 years ago, at a minor league ballpark in Elmira, New York.
Yeah, and the funny part was, as players, we get licensing checks in spring training. He and Soot were married for 35 years before Soot knew he got a licensing check.
I don't know if that's a good idea. One and 2 to count. Of course, Don Zimmer has Cincinnati ties. Born and raised, went to Western Hills High School along with your general manager there, his boss at the time, Jim Fry.
Yeah.
Same high school that produced Peter Edward Rose. Western Hills High School in Cincinnati. Eddie Brinkman also came out of there.
Now, what was the high school that produced the Griffeys?
Griffey's and Barry Larkin, Buddy Bell, another former Ranger. Moeller. They just recently won their second straight Division I high school state baseball championship, won the football state championship.
And Larkin's son just went in the first round of the NBA draft.
He did.
And again, you see, anytime you got a pitcher that sinks the ball into a right-hander and cuts it into a left-hander, you see them beat the ball off their shins, their feet. It's no fun. That hurts. And he's going with a sinker, going to try and move it back in, and he did.
Well,
that right there, he froze him. That's an old Greg Maddux pitch right there.
Top of the order coming up for the Reds. They're down to these Rangers with Chu homered earlier to start it. 3-2 Texas. Back at the ballpark in Arlington, 3-2 Rangers in front of the Reds. Top of the order for Cincinnati. And this means a third time through the order for Nick Tepish. Now, this is where this young man has had his problems. Opponents have hit over 400 against Tepish the third time through the batting order.
Well, if you get a big league hitter out one way, you better start changing it up.
Chu trying to bunt his way on, and that is a foul ball.
And for Tepish, he didn't really get a chance to figure out how to pitch Chu, because the first pitch he hit over the wall. And he saw a ton of pitches in his second at bat. You just have to keep changing how you go at these guys. If you fall into patterns, believe me, they pick it up.
I found it very interesting in our conversation with Dusty Baker today, talking about catchers and how you can read so much about, as a batter, you know, how a catcher likes to call a game and how you can almost get a better scouting report oftentimes from them than you can from actually the guy you're facing who's standing on the mound.
Absolutely, because a catcher is going to put down the sign and sit in the location he wants. Pitchers ain't perfect. They're going to miss. But you know what they're trying to do to you based on what the catcher is calling and how he's setting up.
Fastball up and in, 1-2 to Chu.
With me, it was a little different. It was forward was good, and if I can catch it, it's even better. Everybody knew I was going to throw a fastball, but no one, including myself, knew where it was going to go.
1-2 to count on Chu, to be followed by Cozart and Votto. And a fastball again up and in. Chu is homered and walked.
Now I think he's got Chu set up here. He's gone up with that fastball. If he can backdoor a breaking ball and get him to quit on it, it would be a good pitch in this situation. He's going down.
And right back up the middle and into center field. Chu on base for the third time in the game. Well, let's take a peek ahead to next week. Right here on Fox, baseball night in America. These Rangers will play host to the Astros. Justin Upton and the Braves will take on Ryan Howard and the Phillies. Some will see the Dodgers and Giants, the White Sox and the Rays, or the Mets and the Brewers. It begins Saturday, 6:30 Eastern, starting with the MLB All-Star Game Selection Show. Bear in mind, that is on Fox this year. So, next Saturday night, tune in at 6:30 Eastern time, and you'll find out what players have made the All-Star Game. It'll be on Fox, of course, coming up July the 16th. And then right into baseball night in America.
In this situation right here, Tom, the way this defense is set up, Chu gets a leadoff single. Profar is up the middle. If Cozart pushes a bunt, I mean, even a sacrifice, if he can get it past the pitcher, that's a base hit.
Cozart is popped to short and laid down a beautiful sacrifice, which led to a run back in the third inning.
Look at how far up the middle they're pinched. If he can push a ball somewhere in this area right in here, that's a knock. And it moves the runner into scoring position.
Well, the Reds have really become a team with very little aggression. They rarely ever steal a base. They rarely ever hit and run. And there are a lot of folks that feel like there should be more of that going on. Now they get the runner started here and it's pulled foul. Especially when you're going through a tough offensive stretch like they've gone through here over the last 2 weeks.
In that situation right there, I believe that was a hit and run. The way Cozart swung at that ball. And I think that's really, in my opinion, it's the fastest way to get guys out of a funk. You see right here, that's most definitely a hit and run. That was not an attack swing. That was a put the bat on the ball swing.
One to Cozart. It's almost like Tepish short arms that ball when he turns to throw it over to first base. It's got a very odd look to it.
Yeah. A lot of times when you see that, it's a guy that doesn't trust in his ability to fire it over there. Yeah. He's got trust in it. He just throws it over there like a catcher. He's made some quality pitches in this last inning and third, or the last inning, real quick. Chu, he made a good pitch too. Chu just put a good swing on it and put it back up the middle.
One and two on Cozart. Chu the tying run at first base, and that ball nearly hit the Red shortstop, even the count.
And Tepish has not shown that he's going to throw his curveball to right-handers. He's saving his curveball for left-handers and throwing his slider to right-handers. The curveball right here might not be a bad pitch to Cozart. And those throw over signs are coming from the catcher, A.J. Przinsky, who's getting them from the bench. You watch his signs right here. He's going with a sinker. Okay, well, maybe the spinning index finger means throw over. Real close over at first base.
Out of the plate, another foul ball by Cozart. It remains at 2-2. Cozart, a young man who's in his second full year as a Reds regular shortstop. Grew up in Tennessee. The Reds traded away one of their big-time prospects in that Shin-Soo Choo deal, the everyday shortstop now for the Arizona Diamondbacks, young D.D. Gregorius, who, like Jurix and Profar, grew up in Curacao.
And he's an outstanding shortstop.
Yes, he is. There'll be a lot of gold gloves in the future for Mr. D.D. Gregorius.
Very similar builds, everything in those two kids.
Well, the Rangers must feel something's going on. Cozart drives one into left center field, and this will go to the wall. This is going to tie the game. Chu will race home, and Cozart with a run-scoring double. It's a 3-3 ball game.
Really good job of hitting right there by Cozart. And Chu read it off the bat extremely well. That's all part of being a good base runner, is recognizing the ball that's going to be down, the one that is going to be caught.
It's amazing how many runs you leave on the bases with bad base running.
Absolutely.
It really is.
People think base running is unimportant, that they couldn't be more wrong. In that situation, there's so many guys that will freeze or go halfway and stop thinking that ball's going to be caught. He recognized right away there was no way that ball was going to be caught, and he scored easily.
Ross Wolf now beginning to get loose. First time we've seen action in either bullpen tonight. And right away, Chu saw that ball was headed for the gap, and he was off to the races.
Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever, and they don't even have a play.
So now Votto with the go-ahead run in scoring position and nobody out. Ball one. Votto's doubled and been intentionally walked.
And again, I'm not giving him anything to hit. Number one, he's a great hitter. Number two, he is really upset with himself about the two errors, and he's going to try and drive in more than he lets in.
2-0.
And this is going to frustrate Joey even further because he knows they're not going to give him anything to hit.
Well, he fouled that one away. Of course, Votto talking about smarting from a routine ground ball with one out, nobody on in the third. That opened the gates to what would be a second error. Tough charge there on Votto, but nonetheless 3 of them leading to 3 runs against Leake in that 3rd inning and giving the Rangers the lead until this 5th. And Votto hooks one into right field, a base hit. They will hold the runner at 3rd as Cruz gets to the ball quickly in right. His throw's way offline. But Votto a base hit, and now 3 straight hits to begin the Cincinnati 5th inning.
And that's what I mean. Good hitters, you don't give them the opportunity. That's one guy you don't give him the opportunity to beat you and drive that run in. And this has way too much of the plate. That's just not a pitch that Votto's going to miss. Had he walked him, you're looking at 1st and 2nd. Ground or double play still be in order, and you wouldn't have 1st and 3rd.
Well, that's going to be all for Tepish. We mentioned opponents batting over 400 the 3rd time through the order. 3 for 3 tonight. Night is over for Nick Tepish. Take a look at the Fox Sports 1 pitcher comparison presented by Fox Sports 1, America's new sports network, coming August the 17th. Mike Leake, 3 unearned runs. Nick Tepish so far a couple of earned runs and responsible for Cozart at 3rd and Votto at 1st. Nobody out. And pitching in the big leagues for the first time this year since 2010 is right-hander Ross Wolf.
And he comes in featuring a sinker. You look at his numbers: 8 games, 1-1, real good ERA, 18 in the 3rd innings. He's not going to strike a lot of guys out. As I said, he's a sinker baller. He wants the ball put in play. He's looking for a ground ball right here.
Seven of the appearances made by Wolf so far have been out of the bullpen. He's made 1 start. And Brandon Phillips, who had a bases loaded RBI single his last time up, He is quickly behind at 1-2.
And now Wolf can start thinking about trying to punch him out right here. If he can get a punch out, then he's got one out and the double play still in order. And an opportunity to go after Bruce, which might not be all that fun, but it could get him out of the inning with the tie game.
1-2 to count on Phillips. And a roller out in front of the plate. And obviously that wasn't the goal, but in essence it's like a sacrifice.
Right, and now they can look to go ahead and put Bruce on first base and not pitch to him and take a chance on getting a double play ball. You got Xavier Paul. He's a left-handed hitter, but I'm putting the double play in order. I'm not going to give Jay Bruce the opportunity to hit a 3-run home run here.
Nope, they're going to intentionally walk Bruce. Wolf began this year, signed him as a minor league free agent back in 2012. Began the year with their AAA team in Round Rock. And as we mentioned, this season is back in the big league since he last pitched with Oakland in 2010. This Ranger bullpen has been really good. Now guys like Wolf and McClellan, Frazier from time to time, they're not getting the work like that primary quartet of Kotz, Nathan, Ross, Sheppers. But this has been a very good Texas bullpen.
Well, it has. And these guys like Wolf and them, Frazier, they're going to be brought in earlier in the game to try and keep the game where it's at. And hopefully you have their offense get them back in the lead to get the ball into the hands of the four guys you just mentioned. Because once you get to those four guys, then Ron Washington can play matchups till he gets to his closer, who's Joe Nathan, who's been lights out for him this year.
So now Xavier Paul will bat for the second straight time with the bases loaded. This time with one out. He looked at strike three. Lee ending the third.
Took a little bit off his fastball right there. He's changing speeds off that. When you got a guy like Xavier Paul who is looking to jump a fastball and he knows you're around 90, 91 with your fastball and you start him with an 86 mile an hour one, we used to call that the old BP fastball and let them get themselves out.
And that one's lined into right field. That'll be a base hit.
Cruise control.
Knock in one. And they will not challenge a second base running. And the Reds are back in front for the second time tonight on the single by Xavier Paul. It's 4-3.
And that's a problem right there. When you try and go after a guy that's a notorious fastball hitter, you don't want to show him the same pitch 2 times in a row. He just got him to swing over that, and that almost looked like a split that just didn't sink it or didn't finish real well.
So now Hanahan, who has struck out twice. Double play ball all the way here if they can turn it. So Hanahan getting a start in place of Todd Frazier. Things have not gone his way tonight. Reds scored twice to take the lead. The 2013 Ford F-150 with EcoBoost. Four 3 Cincinnati in front as we head for the bottom half of the fifth inning. All three Rangers runs, unearned runs, after the Reds committed 3 errors in that third inning. Mike Leake came right back in the fourth with a 1-2-3 inning, including a pair of strikeouts. So it'll be 8-9-1. Angel Beltre, Leonis Martin, and then Ian Kinsler. Pulled foul.
And this is the thing I like most about Mike Leake. We just showed a close-up of his face. His expression hasn't changed one bit from the start of the game till now. They've made mistakes behind him. He could have let that bother him. But as you said, he went right back out there in the fourth, got 3 outs. He's back out there now, ahead in the count. And that pitch right there is simply to change the hitter's eyes. The most important thing for a guy after giving up 3 unearned runs is go right back out there and get out.
Short fly ball to right, and that's 1 out.
Look at the concentration here on Leake. He's not thinking about the errors made behind him, Tom. He's thinking about the pitch he's making right now.
You know, there's some guys, Mitch, and I know you'll know what I mean when I describe this. I don't know if it'll come across necessarily the way I'd like it to. There are some guys that come to the major leagues and just have a look about them as far as they're never going to lead the league in strikeouts. They're not going to have the stuff that's going to make every scout in the world go, wow, you know, you're crazy about this guy. But there's just something about them that says, if good Lord willing they stay healthy, they are going to win a lot of major league games. And Mike Leake has seemed to have that look. And not everything went his way last year. He had an 8-9 record, got off to a terrible start, finished very good. The team won 16 of his 30 starts. And of course, they've had to watch him in terms of the number of innings they'll let him pitch since he came out of college ball and went straight to the major leagues. This is the first year where Leake is going out there with handcuffs off. But Leake has always had that look about him that he could be that kind of guy.
Absolutely. Do you think, honestly, we were in Chicago together?
I know where you're going with this all the way, and never in a million years.
Yeah. Do you think, honestly, anyone thought Greg Maddux was going to win 350 games?
No.
No. You look at the guy. The one thing you could always say about Mad Dog, in '87, he was 3-15 at one point. And I remember Dickie Knowles said he's going to be a Cy Young Award winner. It was just in his makeup. He never let anything bother him. Nothing affected him, and that's how Leake comes across.
2 up, 2 down. I mean, as far as, you know, resemblance physically, Maddux a little taller, but not really all that much difference as far as just stuff is concerned. Maddux had a great changeup. Leake probably had a better arsenal of pitches as a younger pitcher than Maddux had. Yeah. Not in a million years am I making that comparison as to what they will be.
I mean, those are some huge. Sure. Greg Maddux is probably the best pitcher I've ever seen. As far as knowing, he'd throw a complete game, get the last out of the game, and still be teaching his catcher what you did wrong on that last pitch. So he never stopped trying to learn or teach. He's just one of those guys that was a student of the game. And he had to pitch. He was like playing, his ball felt like a bowling ball. It was so heavy. I hated playing catch with him.
I mean, here you're getting a look now. This guy just turned, like Matt Latos, this guy just turned 25 years old. And he's knocking on the door of 100 major league starts. There's a fly ball into left center field, playable for Robinson. And a 1-2-3 inning for the second time in a row for Leake. Leake and the Reds in front of the Rangers. We go to the 6th, 4-3. sponsored by the makers of One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of Major League Baseball. And by Leinenkugel Summer Shandy. Join us out here. For that music for primary theme for the NFL on Fox. Of course, right across the street is a home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's a pretty nice little place they play in.
Yeah, just a little place. The place is huge.
Okay, they did a beautiful job on this ballpark. It's hard to believe in a couple of years from now. What, next year, I think? This place is going to be 20 years young.
It's unbelievable. When I look back, I used to live across, when I played here, I lived across the street from old Arlington Stadium. I don't even recognize it around here.
And there you get a look at the home of the Cowboys. Well, they had a Super Bowl, of course, 3 years ago. The house that Jerry and the taxpayers built.
Yes.
That is a beautiful, beautiful facility.
And Wolf has one job right here. Get this Ranger offense back in the dugout and give them an opportunity to get that tying run in.
Pitch on Devin Mesoraco, and he waves through it. Mesoraco has struck out each of his 3 times up tonight. Fox Sports is proud to partner with Johns Hopkins Medicine, one of this year's Fox Sports supports charities. Johns Hopkins is at the forefront of groundbreaking research into autoimmune disorders like MS and lupus. Join us in the fight against autoimmune diseases. Donate now by visiting hopkinsmedicine.org/Fox.
You know what, Tommy? I believe that's a split finger that Wolf is featuring. Yeah, 86 miles an hour. I think he's throwing a split.
No chance to get the speedy Robinson there.
The only opportunity right there was for Moreland to field it and dive. There's no way the pitcher can get over there. Not with Robinson's speed. You watch right here. Moreland's got to field it and dive, and he couldn't. Robinson actually went out of the base path. Had Moreland tried to apply this tag, they might have called Robinson out because he veered out of the baseline.
Robinson, a guy who grew up in Gainesville, Florida, and was part of an unbelievable college football recruiting class by then Florida head coach Urban Meyer. Derek Robinson was in the same recruiting class as a cornerback with Tim Tebow, and the year that he came to the University of Florida, and Robinson made the decision he was going to play baseball after being drafted by the Kansas City Royals rather than play college football. Of course, Urban Meyer now in the Buckeye State.
Well, I think it's a pretty smart decision. They don't hit you nearly as hard or often in baseball. Unless you chew.
Good point there. Chew must feel like he is putting on the pads or needs a pad.
A dartboard. He's been hit, what, 20 times already? And that just tells me he's just a hitter that doesn't give.
One on and fouled out of play.
1 and 2. I would look for Wolf to go back to that split. He's been able to command it and keep it down in the zone and get hitters to swing over the top of it.
You talk about Chew getting hit by a major league high 20 pitches. That is more than the total of 9 major league teams this year. Two and two on Chew. In fact, he's one of 4 players ever to be hit 20 or more times before we even reach the All-Star break.
I can guess one. Don Baylor.
You got it. Ron Hunt. I believe that's a record that Don Baylor broke, was Ron Hunt's record of hit by pitches. And Jason Kendall actually back-to-back years in 97 and 98.
To me, that sounds like zero fun getting hit that much. But there's a lot of guys that when you stand on the plate, there's rent to be paid.
Runner goes, and it's into left field. Had it played perfectly. 2 out. Baseball's greatest stars will gather in New York City. Biggest event of the summer. Baseball's Midsummer Classic returns to New York, New York. Home field advantage, of course, for the World Series will be on the line again. The 2013 Major League Baseball All-Star Game, July the 16th, only on Fox. So Joey Votto and his running mate on the right side of that Reds infield, Brandon Phillips, are leading vote getters at first and second base among all National Leaguers.
Well, you kind of expect it with Brandon. Number one, he's a tremendous player. And number two, I don't think there's anyone in the world that has more followers on Twitter. Not in the baseball world, anyway.
Nope, you're right. He has a lot of fun with it. We've talked about it many, many times before, some of the things that Brandon Phillips has done with his tweets. And he'll ask fans a question, and if they get the question right, the next thing they know, he's buying one of those fans and one of their friends a ticket to San Francisco to come out and watch the Reds play for 3 or 4 days.
Well, and anybody that uses Twitter to get the fans involved the way that Brandon does, it's only good for the game. He's one of those guys that understands you're playing a game for a living, and that's why he's constantly got a smile on his face.
Cozart lifts a fly ball down the right field line, and Cruz over near the stands. It's out of play. Hopefully everybody's all right down there. It looked like some bodies were tumbling around. Cruz even looking up there.
Someone's not happy.
No, not happy at all. Cozart an RBI double to tie the game in the 5th. Bats with 2 out and 1 on in the 6th. And it's 1 ball, or 2 balls and 2 strikes, I beg your pardon.
And that's the thing, when you've got the kind of stuff that Wolf has got, it's not swing and miss stuff. It's swing to have the ball put in play, but you want to keep it off the barrel. So he has got to get on top and work the ball down in the zone to get them to smother it.
This one perhaps playable. Cruz coming a long way, and in foul ground he'll run it down. A hit, a man left. Cruz due up second behind Andrews, with his Rangers trailing the Reds 4-3.
Break. The Buccos are hot. Best record in baseball, trying to extend their longest winning streak in a decade to 8. Garrett Jones, 7th of the year, made it 2-0. It's now 2-1 Pirates in the 7th. Yankees and Orioles. Ryan Flaherty put the finishing touches on an absolutely dreadful night for David Phelps. 9 earned in 2 1/3. Baltimore's padded its major league leading home run total to 111, and with Boston's loss, the Birds could go to bed tonight just 2.5 out of first. As we get you back to Tom and Mitch in Arlington.
Well, we're talking about the Pirates. Thank you very much, Matt Vasgersian. 19 games over 500 for the first time since their last winning season. I mean, you put it into perspective. Jason Grilli, of course, he's going to the All-Star game. There's no debate about that. He only has one blown save. There's a base hit. Down the left field line by Andrews. And he now stands at second base, representing a tying run to begin the 6th inning.
And they've been waiting on that from Elvis. They need him to get hot. If they're going to contend and stay atop the American League West, they have got to get a big contribution from him to the plate. And you see that off-speed pitch on the inner third, and he turned on it. And you see him, I don't know what, they come up with all different kinds of things on the bases here.
Well, he's thankful for anything the way things have gone lately. Well, now they're right in the middle of that lineup. Number 3 hole hitter Nelson Cruz is struck out and knocked in a run with a sac fly. His last time up, this ball driven into right center field. This is going to tie the game. Ground rule double by Cruz. And we are tied at 4 on back-to-back 2-base hits.
And that's the one thing about it. If you're going to start a guy like Cruz off, you don't want to have that first pitch in the middle of the plate. I know he's trying to get it on the outer third. The ball just was kind of a cutter that just kind of hung up on the plate. You see the catcher slide out. That ball stays up and out over the plate. And that's a pitch. You hear the old expression, up and in, down and away. You go down and away because it's hard for him to lift the ball. He drove that ball.
Well, this will not be a productive out by Adrian Beltre. And you can see him yelling at himself over there after passing the first base bag. Obviously wanted to knock in a run, but at the very minimum advance a runner on the third base.
Right.
Well, after Jeff Baker, some may remember, a lot of Rangers fans know all about this. Jeff Baker hurt his thumb after giving a high five. Wound up going on the disabled list. And they have a rule down there now where they're like, we're not high-fiving anymore. We don't have anybody get hurt again. So they're bowing to one another now. These Rangers are. And that's what you saw a moment ago from the shortstop, Elvis Andrews.
I've heard just about every kind of injury and how they can happen. You go on the DL from giving a high five. That's almost like Chris Brown slept on his eye wrong.
That's right, former Giant and Padre.
And this is where one of my keys to the game was the left-handed hitters have to be productive.
Ground ball to short. Pierzynski thrown out. On to third goes Cruz. That run a moment ago is the first earned run allowed tonight by Mike Leake. Rangers scored 3 in the third inning on 3 errors.
And I mean, look at this. Everyone talks about the pitch count and all that. I hate the fact that it's even a part of the game. But he had an inning where they made 3 errors behind him. He's at 71 pitches and 2 outs in the 6th. This guy knows how to pitch. He might be in the 50s right now had they not made those 3 errors in that inning.
Well, now Mitch Moreland, the batter, left-handed batting first baseman, is fly to left and bounced out to Brandon Phillips.
And Mike Leake really needs to bear down here. He's got an opportunity to get out of this inning with 1 run. Fastball up in the zone. And Moreland, from a hitting aspect, Now he's in a cripple count. He's looking in one zone. This is a very, very strong human at the plate.
And Leake pulled a string on him a little bit, flipped that one up there at 84 miles per hour, and had Moreland way out in front of him.
And that's the whole idea about pitching. See if you can control that hitter's bat speed, and he did exactly that.
Four a game. Runner at third, 2 out. Popped up, should end the inning. Hanahan underneath it, and that's all. But the Rangers tied up. A double by Andrews, and then Cruz says thank you very much. And we're back to Arlington after a word from your local Fox station. In America is presented by Ace Hardware. Top half of the 7th inning we go. 4 runs, 8 hits, 3 errors, 7 left on base for Cincinnati. Joey Votto leading things off in the Reds' 7th against Ross Wolf, who's on in relief of Nick Tepish, who allowed all 4 Cincinnati runs, 3 of the 4 earned in his 4+ innings.
And Wolf has done a good job since coming on. He's given Wash exactly what he needed, which is a little bit of length. Kept the game where it's at. And now he's counting on his offense to get a run to where he can get it to the big guys in that bullpen and shut it down.
Of course, you're talking about a guy in Wolf now. We brought up earlier, he's made 1 start this year. As that one's fouled out of play. You may remember in that 18-inning marathon that the Rangers had in Toronto, Wolf allowed, yes, the run that ended the game, giving him the loss. It was an unearned run. But he worked 6 2/3 innings in that outing. The longest relief stint by a Ranger since 2008. Dustin Nippert besting that mark.
And on that same day, did Sean Markham not work 8 innings of relief for the Mets in the 20-inning game?
And got beat as well.
Yeah. Sometimes it just is unglorifying to be a reliever.
Pretty good pitch right there by Wolf to retire Votto. Well, right now, let's check in with Matt Vasgersian from the MLB Network studio.
Tommy, how about a 2-home run, 5 RBI night for Chris Davis? His 30th of the year, making it 11-2 Baltimore. Davis already just 3 home runs shy of tying his career high of 33 last year. An unbelievable night for what's been an unbelievable story. Back to you and Mitch.
Baltimore Orioles playing very good baseball again this year. Of course, they came here to Texas and got that win in the 1-game wild card after the Rangers had lost the American League West on the final day of the season.
And you look at that, and you look at that Baltimore highlight, and I believe John Daniels said we're probably going to end up looking back at this trade and regretting it, because they knew what kind of player that Chris Davis was, but they really just couldn't give him the time. And the Orioles gave him an everyday job and told him we're getting 4 at-bats a day.
Let's take a look at our Fox Sports 1 game summary presented by Fox Sports 1, America's new sports network. And it starts on August the 17th. Reds, for the first time since 2006, commit 3 errors in an inning, leading to 3 unearned runs. That was in the 3rd. Cincinnati recaptured the lead, but then Cruz tied it with a double in the 6th. Rangers only have 3 hits, but they're in a 4-4 tie. And Wolf trying to go through Votto, Phillips, and Bruce here in the 7th inning.
And if he gets through this portion of the order unscathed, he's done a heck of a job for Ron Washington.
Well, he's going to get through it unscathed if Martin can play it at the track, and he does. Good job by Wolf. By Taco Bell, sometimes you gotta live Moss. And by Chevrolet, find new roads. Big crowd, beautiful Saturday night in Arlington, Texas. Now, here's your kind of thing, Mitch Williams. The Beltray Buster, pound of beef, half a pound of bacon, named after Adrian Beltray. Murphy, a 24-inch quesadilla with a brisket on top. And then the Rawsome Broomstick.
I took that on before the game.
You did.
I lost.
When they brought that thing in here, I was in a state of shock.
I was giving it a go. It was actually darn good. It had onions and chili and cheese on it. If they'd have gave me a month, I could have got through it. I can't believe they were filming me do that.
I can't believe our stat guy, Tom Barbary, sat next to you and didn't reach over and just grab the whole thing away from you.
I offered it to him, but he cried nay on it.
Tell you what, that quesadilla looks real good. That lady right there has got some nachos working. Well, get a reminder now. We got lots going on. Beginning All-Star festivities starts next Saturday. We've got the selection show. That'll be here on Fox Saturday night, 6:30 next week, followed by Baseball Night in America. Then over the break, July the 15th on ESPN, the Home Run Derby. On the MLB Network, the All-Star Red Carpet Show begins at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the day of the All-Star game. And then on Fox, Tuesday night, 7:30, July 16th, the All-Star game from Citi Field in New York. A 4-4 game here. Mike Leake still on the mound. He'll be facing the latter third in the Texas batting order, Profar, Beltre, and Martin. Pulled foul.
What impresses me about Leake is he goes out there and you talk about not pitching guys the same way and falling into patterns on them. He has not fallen into a pattern on any hitter tonight. First pitch changeup right there, Profar.
That is a foul ball. You know, it's been a very odd season for Leake. I mean, you know, you see a guy comes in a 7-3 record with an ERA of barely over 2.5. He is arguably the single hottest pitcher in baseball right now. His last 8 games, a 5-1 record, an ERA at 1.31. But when the year began, after his first 7 starts, Leake was sitting at 2-2 with an ERA of 4.3. Johnny Cueto had gone on the disabled list, the Reds ace, and they had brought up a young left-hander named Tony Cingrani. Well, Cingrani rips off 3 straight wins with an ERA barely over 1. And Cueto now's in a process of coming back, and everybody's saying, well, Leake's got to be the odd man out. And Dusty Baker stepped right up and said, Mike Leake, you got to be out of your mind.
Yeah.
Fly ball into left field, and Robinson will make the catch. And I think a lot of people believe from that day on, as perhaps Leake's confidence was waning a bit, wondering himself, is Cingrani going to stay and am I going to go? Ever since Dusty Baker said to the press, you guys can write it, you can talk about it, you can do whatever you want to do about it. When Cueto comes back, Leake ain't the guy going anywhere.
And as a manager, pitchers, players draw so much confidence from the comments of their manager. And that comment, I believe, Tom, you're absolutely right. He figured out my manager is on my side and I can relax and go out there and just do what I can do. He's not a guy, like I said, he's not going to light up a radar gun. He's not going to wow you, but he ain't got Chapman stuff where he's going to blow guys away. But the bottom line is the at-bats end the same way, in outs, and that's what counts.
Broken bat roller to the shortstop Cozart. He'll throw out Beltre. And they're 2 away here in the 7th inning. Of course, in a National League ballpark right now, Dusty Baker would be sitting there wrestling with what to do here. League's spot would be due up 4th when the Reds bat in the 8th inning. Would you have to hit for him? You don't have to worry about that here. But they do have Sam LeCure getting loose in the bullpen. And by the way, the Rangers have action in their bullpen. They've got a left-hander, Neil Kotz, beginning to throw.
And Kotz's numbers are ridiculous. He's got a 0.44 ERA. I don't think I ever started a season with a 0.44 ERA. But Leake's only at 83 pitches. He doesn't look like he's out there laboring. And that's a really, really good changeup right there. That's what is such a great weapon. When a pitcher has the confidence to throw this pitch in a hitter's count 2-0, You see Martinez up there looking to jump out of the ballpark, and that changeup takes all the sting out of that swing.
A 3-1 count now on Leonis Martin, who extended his hitting streak to a career best 13 in a row with a single his first time up. Take a look since May the 1st. Only Jeff Locke of the Pirates with a lower ERA among all major league pitchers. That's not National League pitchers. That's major league pitchers.
And you saw Matt Harvey's ERA there at the bottom at 2.23. That's gone. It went up from May because his ERA was minuscule in the month of April. But that's you're talking about two different ends of the spectrum there. Matt Harvey can throw 100. Mike Leake's out there flipping up 89, 90. Right there, 92. It would not surprise me now. He's thrown back-to-back fastballs. It would not surprise me to see him go back to that changeup here in the 3-2 count. And he's going to bury a fastball here. Nope.
That's a walk to Martin, the number 9 hitter. So now he has to face Ian Kinsler with the go-ahead run aboard in the 7th inning. It's the first walk in the entire game for Mike Leake. Ryan Price, pitching coach for Dusty Baker. Latour is ready. The Reds they've been decimated with injuries in that bullpen. And when you say decimated, it doesn't have to be the number. It's who they are.
Exactly. The roles they perform out there.
Runner goes, throw down to second base, not going to be in time. Boy, not stealing a base when your team needs a stolen base.
Yeah. And I mean, from the minute he got to first base, that was on his mind. That Kinsler knew it. He's taking a pitch right there. He gets an outstanding jump. As soon as look at the jump he got.
So now the go-ahead run in scoring position after a 2-out walk. For Martin, his 15th stolen base. He's only been thrown out twice. 1-0 on Ian Kinsler. 2-0.
And again, in this situation, Kinsler's a hotter hitter. Who do I want to face? Do I want to try and get Kinsler out here with the runner in scoring position, or do I want to go after Elvis Andrus, who's on deck? Common sense would say I'm going to go after Andrus. He is not swinging the bat as well as Kinsler.
On the inside corner, a strike.
Home plate umpire's been pretty generous in his pitches in the upper part of the zone tonight.
It's Mike DeMuro, the home plate umpire. Ted Barrett, the crew chief at first. Will Little at second. Scott Berry, the umpire tonight, down at third. And the 2-1 offering on Ian Kinsler. Strike 2. Same place.
Yeah. He's been pretty liberal with the ball in the upper half of the zone. Yeah. Good job of Mesoraco turning that glove in and making it look like a better pitch than it was. And now, in my opinion, Leake does not have to throw another strike. He's got to try and get Kinsler to chase or start over with Andrus.
Weekly popped up to the left side. Cozart will squeeze it, and that's all. 1 man left. Mike Leake, 7 innings, has only allowed 1 earned run, but locked up in a 4-4 game as we go to the 8th. Tonight in America, we'll see these Rangers take on the Astros. Others will see Justin Upson and Atlanta go to Philadelphia to take on the Phils. Others will see the Dodgers, Giants, White Sox, Rays, or Mets, Brewers. Fox's Baseball Night in America begins next Saturday, 6:30 Eastern Time, and that all begins with the MLB All-Star Game Selection Show. On the comeback trail here this year, and what a story it has been for Neil Cox. Of course, a big part of the White Sox winning the World Series in 2005 out of their bullpen. Spent 2 years where he did not throw a pitch. 1 year recovering from Tommy John surgery, and this ball is blasted by Heisey down the left field line, and it's up against the wall. And Chris Heisey batting for Xavier Paul with a pinch hit double to greet Cox here in the 8th inning of a 4-4 game.
And anytime you get a reliever coming in this situation, you're looking as a hitter to jump the first fastball you can get to, and Martin made a really good effort on that ball. It looked like he was there and just put his glove in the wrong spot.
It's an interesting decision here made by Dusty Baker. You've got left-handed batting Jack Hanahan, who you knew was not going to bat against a left-hander Cox. The man that Hanahan is playing in place of tonight is the Reds' regular third baseman, Todd Frazier. But this certainly is a situation which screams for a sacrifice bunt in a 4-4 game in the 8th. And Frazier is not exactly the sacrifice bunting kind of a guy. And a non-productive out, and Dusty Baker will be asked that question after the game tonight.
Yeah.
Frazier now 0 for his last 16 with a runner in scoring position, but far more importantly will be the question of why not send somebody up there who can put down a bunt.
It's one thing, the old adage is you don't play for a tie on the road, but it's a tie game. You play to get that go-ahead run in that situation. So you're right, Dusty is going to have to answer that question.
And it's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
So you get a leadoff double. He's still standing there now with 1 out. And then remember now, some may be saying, well, was that the DH spot? It was not.
Right.
So you weren't going to lose it if you put somebody else, in there and try to flip-flop around positions, that kind of thing.
Well, Hanahan had a rough night at the plate anyway, so you don't want him facing a left-hander.
No, you got a lot of pitchers down there that are very, very good bunters.
Yeah. Bronson Arroyo handles the bat extremely well. I mean, that's a situation where you wouldn't have to burn a position player. You can use one of your pitchers.
Devin Mesoraco, a count of 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner at second base is Heisey. And that's a nice play, keeping it in front of him by Pierzynski, preventing Heisey from advancing on to third base.
And this right here, that's an outstanding job. You see him put that shin guard over there and just drop his glove down beside it. That's the toughest pitch in the game to block is a slider, because when it hits, it does not bounce straight. Look at him just slide that glove and shin guard over there together, almost like a goalie. Tremendous job by AJ right there.
2-2 to Mesoraco. We're talking about Cox. He had elbow surgery, Tommy John surgery in 2009. He missed all of 2010. The Yankees brought him in 2011. They cut him in spring training. No other team gave him a chance. Rangers brought him in to compete for a bullpen spot last year. He pitched in 25 games in the minor leagues. And here he is, only 33 years old, doing a solid job in this Texas bullpen.
Well, anytime, if you're left-handed, having a heartbeat, and you can get a left-handed hitter out, you can find a job. And you look at his career totals, they don't scream wow, but his totals this year do.
That'll be out number 2. Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, is celebrating a new season for new memories. For your chance to win a community field makeover and an all-new 2014 Impala, visit ChevyBaseball.com. So 2 are out in the inning. Runner at second. Remember, this inning began with a double by Heisey. He has not moved.
And that's something you definitely don't want to have happen.
Outfield very shallow for the light hitting Robinson. And he's down a strike. Robinson is 1 of 3 in the game. Reached on an error by Profar and scored in the third. His fly to center and had a swinging, basically an infield hit, a swinging bunt for a hit in the 6th.
And this is where these hitters have to understand it doesn't take a homer to drive this guy in.
Tell you what, a guy like Robinson who loves to bunt and is a very good bunter, the infield's playing so far back. I mean, his job is to get this inning to chew. This guy doesn't knock in a lot of runs. And he's not going to hit that big.
No, and that right there is a guy swinging for the downs when he doesn't need to. This is a home run hitter swing, and that ball is so far by him it's not even funny. Now he needs to shorten up his swing and look to put the ball in play. They have to understand that doink into right field drives in that run just as well as a gapper. He's still taking a pretty vicious hack up there. And if I'm Cox, Robinson's already shown he'll chase up. Go higher. Put it in the middle of the plate and go helmet high on Przinsky. Okay, now he's changed his eyes. Now he can go right back upstairs with a fastball.
Of course, Przinsky was behind the plate when Cox all those years was pitching for the White Sox, including that unbelievable run in 2005.
There it is right there.
A leadoff double. And Heisey never moved. 2, 3, and 4 coming up in the Rangers' 8th in a 4-4 affair. telecast presented by Ace Hardware, sponsored by Budweiser. America's beer supports America's heroes. And by AT&T. Rethink possible. Well, I think they're trying to rub it in on us here, Mitch. Getting late in the game. Been a while since we've had a little grub.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had that boomstick.
You may not eat anything for a week.
Yeah, I could be good until next Friday.
Todd Frazier stays in the game. He'll play third base, and now taking over for Mike Leake on the mound. Boys, this guy been rock solid for the Reds out of their bullpen the last 3 years. Sam LeCure, native of Missouri, pitched collegiately at the University of Texas. We were talking about this Reds bullpen and the injuries. They have just been slammed to their two primary setup guys. The two guys that pitch in front of their closer, Aroldis Chapman. Jonathan Broxton, longtime closer for the Dodgers, closed a year ago in Kansas City before coming over in a trade. Sean Marshall, among the better left-handed setup men in all of baseball, has been on the DL twice. And they're not expecting either one of them back till right around the All-Star break, so that'll be a big lift then.
And then Massett being out is a big hit for this bullpen.
They were hoping Massett would be able to come all the way back from shoulder surgery. He is holding out hope on that. I mean, he gave the Reds 3 outstanding years out of their bullpen. 0-2 the count on Andrews. And a ground ball to Kozar. Took a bad hop and he hung with it. How about that? Pretty good play right there.
Well, that's why they play shortstop. They have those kind of reactions. This right here takes all kinds of concentration and a willingness to give up your body. That ball comes up on him. I think they got mostly stomach more than it did glove. And to field that clean with his throwing hand there, that's a pretty good job.
Now Nelson Cruz, he knocked in the tying run with a double to right center field in the 6th inning. And it's ball 1 low. Well, just in case, the Rangers have their closer Joe Nathan throwing in the bullpen. Reds have left-hander Manny Parra, who they recently brought back up from the minor leagues, getting loose in their bullpen.
And LeCure has been pretty careful here with Cruz. He started him off with a cutter. Now he's come with a curveball to go 2-0 on him. You do not want to miss anywhere near the middle of the plate right here, because Nelson Cruz is going to come out of his shoes if he sees something he likes.
2-0 the count. And he took a big swing, a 2-hopper to Kozar. 2 out.
And that right there is just a case of every now and then you have to understand, go out and watch BP. Hitters can get themselves out. And that's exactly what happened right there.
Go to MLB. Don't forget the 2013 All-Star Game is coming up Tuesday, July the 16th. You can go to MLBFanCave.com and pledge your NL or AL allegiance. It's going to be right here on Fox on July the 16th. Be a big night.
Well, you said Joe Nathan getting loose down there just in case. I'd be willing to bet he's coming in to throw the 9th. I doubt he'd get up and get hot if they're not going to bring him in. At home, you use your closer in a tie game in the 9th. You don't do it on the road.
Of course, Joe Nathan can get anybody out. But when you look ahead to that Reds 9th inning, you've got lefty, righty, lefty, and you've got a lefty in Chu, who has had a terrible time with left-handed pitching this year. He's batting over .330 against a right-hander and is batting under a .140 against a lefty.
That could be true. You could be right there.
Well, we'll see. I think, more times than not, you're 100% correct about a closer getting loose at home.
They may run Kotz back out there. That's going to bleed.
Yes, it does. In the shallow center field, and Beltre with a 2-out base hit represents a go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 8th.
And they do have Manny Parra up in the bullpen, and this is getting to the left-handed switch hitting part of the lineup. The bottom 5 guys in this lineup are either left-handed or switch hitters.
And see, here's where a manager, when you have the injuries the Reds have to Marshall and Broxton, is where managers all of a sudden have to do things and manage differently than what their comfort zone has been over however long you're referring to. This is the biggest no-brainer of all time for Dusty Baker if Sean Marshall's down there.
Absolutely.
He brings in a left-hander to face Pierzynski. You take your chances there. But with Manny Parra, who by and large has been more a starter than a reliever, and this year has been more in the minor leagues and the major leagues.
And his numbers are not good.
Nope. So Dusty Baker asked himself a very simple question. Do I like my chances better of Sam LeCure getting the left-hander out, or right now Manny Parra getting the left-hander out? At least for this batter. And he may pay the price for that decision. Chu will run it down. That ball hit a long way.
That was hit to the absolutely wrong spot in this ballpark.
Chu will lead things off. Pierzynski hit that ball right on the screws. Chu's played long ball tonight. We're tied at 4 going to the 9th. Texas. And down the road in Arlington, we go to the 9th inning. Cincinnati and the Rangers tied at 4. Shin-Soo Choo, a swing and a miss against Kotz, who pitched around a leadoff double in the 8th inning. Choo 2 hits, 3 at bats, has been on base 3 times, has scored twice. Very first pitch of the game from Nick Tepish. And Chu played long ball to left center field.
He put a really good swing on that. And you were right, Tommy. They left Kotz out there to face this left-hand part of the lineup.
Well, at least for this batter.
Well, Nathan has sat down out there in the bullpen, so I don't see him coming in this inning. I talked to Joe before the game about, is he available? I mean, he's been working quite a bit lately, and Joe's kind of that old school type. If he can pull his pants on, he can pitch. I call him Shaggy because he looks like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Boy, he's been a mighty good one for a long time.
He flew under the radar for so long up there in Minnesota. I mean, I believe there's only one guy, Mariano Rivera, that's accumulated more saves over the last few years than him.
And Chu, a rare base hit against a left-hander. And it came on a 2-strike pitch. And so Chu is third hit, fourth time he's been on base, and those folks excited here tonight to cheer on Chu. Nice swing.
Did a really good job of just going with the pitch, not trying to do too much with it. And now you would think, with Cozart at the plate, they've got to bunt this guy into scoring position. You got your best hitter standing on deck.
Well, the Reds elected not to bunt. Now, some might argue you're not going to send Todd Frazier up there to bunt. He's one of your big RBI guys. Nathan again up and throwing in the bullpen. Cozart already has a sacrifice. But the Reds did not bunt after a leadoff double in a 4-4 game in the 8th inning. Of course, if you execute the bunt here, the question then will become, does Kotz face Votto with a runner at second? Do they pitch to him? Do they walk him and bring in Nathan to face Phillips?
Well, in my opinion, they're going to pitch to him carefully and bring in Nathan to face Phillips. You have to count on Kotz doing the job he's done all year long and getting the left-handers out. So you got to let him face Votto. It wouldn't make any sense not to.
Well, Cozart has failed miserably in 2 attempts here to try and put down a bunt against a left-hander.
And this is one of the things, one of my biggest pet peeves in the game. At this level, I just don't see how there's anybody that can't get a bunt down. And you watch on both of those, he's kind of trying to push at the ball when all you're supposed to do when you're bunting, you're basically catching the ball with the bat. It's pretty much that simple.
And then Cozart strikes out swinging.
Well, now that changes the entire way Ron Washington has to manage this inning. The only thing it does for sure is ensure the fact that Joey Votto is going to get to swing the bat.
Votto tonight, 2 hits and 3 at bats. A double, has been intentionally walked. He singled in the 5th and bounced out to second in the 7th. Votto an all-star each of the last 3 years. Gold Glove winner 2 years ago, won the MVP in 2010. Fastball up and in.
And that's the other thing. Joey Votto is not going to be swinging at a whole lot of balls.
Kyle McClellan, the former Cardinal, getting loose in the Texas bullpen alongside Nathan.
Kotz has got good downhill on his fastball. He throws the ball from a good arm slot. He looks to be pretty deceptive. That fastball is only at 91, but when you don't pick it up, it looks like it's about 96.
Two and one to Joey Votto. We're in the top of the 9th inning. Chu started the inning with a single. Cozart asked to bunt, fouled away the first 2, struck out. So Chu stands at first with 1 away, and a 2-1 count on the Reds' first baseman. Aroldis Chapman, should they take the lead. Manny Parra, should we remain tied, would be available. Pretty good pitch right there. I'm not sure Votto agreed with it.
No, the ball kind of looked to be away. Watch AJ's glove. That ball's away. But he hit the spot. And he's getting help from the home plate umpire, which is not a bad thing. I love it when pitchers get help.
Started two. Did he go?
He held it. Oh, wow.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I'm going to have to cry nay on that. Joey Votto held that bat right there. If that bat doesn't cross the plate, well, he held it right there, but it went forward.
So Votto gone on strikes, and here comes Ron Washington. He has two right-handers down there in his bullpen. He has McClellan and Nathan. Tepish, quite honestly, is the beneficiary of some questionable decisions and very poor execution by Cincinnati. But he got the job done. He'll leave with a runner at first and 2 men out in a 4-4 game. Joe Nathan in a tie game with 2 outs. Reds have a go-ahead run at first here in the 9th inning. Brandon Phillips coming up.
And you look at those numbers on Nathan, and you don't hear anything about him, Tommy. He's got 26 saves.
Take a look at that. Only Mariano Rivera among all active pitchers with more saves than Joe Nathan. All those great years in Minnesota. You're right.
Just completely flew under the radar.
So now Brandon Phillips settles in. Phillips 1 of 4 in the game, knocked in a run with a single in the 3rd.
And the one thing Joe Nathan knows, he's got to hold Chu close. He does not want him to get into scoring position. I'd be willing to bet in this situation, this is going to be the only Well, he'll finish this inning, but this will be the only out he records tonight. They had him up, got him hot, so they're going to get him in the game. But I don't think he's going to pitch more than this 1/3.
Ron Washington has not been afraid to use Joe Nathan this year. He talked about not wanting him to use him 3 days in a row. He has used him 4 days in a row.
Well, I talked to Joe about that before the game. He's never asked for a day off. And I can absolutely relate to that. I don't think as a closer you're in a position to ask for a day off. You're going to go. There's going to be stretches of 5-6 days in a row where there's blowouts one way or another where you're not going to see the field. So it's incumbent upon you to be ready. If you have to throw 4 or 5 days in a row, you have to be prepared to do that.
Two and one to count on Brandon Phillips. Much like the Cincinnati 8th inning. The 8th inning began with a double. The runner never moved. Here in the 9th, it started with a single. Chu running on a pitch. Swing and a miss. Throw right on the button. And out is the call at second base. Chu is saying that Profar dropped the ball.
I don't think the ball ever came out of his glove. The replay will show it much clearer, obviously, but Profar, the ball might have been bobbling around in there, but I don't think it ever came out of the glove. I think the ball and the shoe got in the glove at the same time. No, it never came out of the glove.
Back to the call that ended the top of the 9th inning.
From this view right here, I don't think the ball ever completely falls out of his glove and touches the ground. It stayed in. See? And we look right here. He catches it in the air. Do you see white come out of the ball? Never. I don't think it ever touched the ground. And closers love that when you get an out where a guy ain't holding the bat.
Reds bring on their third pitcher of the night. It's left-hander Manny Parra. And he'll be facing Moreland, Profar, and Beltre. 21st game of the year for Parra. All out of the bullpen. Spent his entire career with Milwaukee until Cincinnati pick him up during the offseason.
And this is a guy that's always had a good arm. He's just never been able to quite put it together. And I think he's going to have the first 2 hitters of this inning, and that's going to be it. I don't think he'll be allowed to face Beltre.
Now, Parr's gotten on a pretty good roll here for the Reds. He's not allowed to run in any of his last 8 appearances that span 6 2/3 innings, where he's only allowed 2 hits. Started the year with the Reds in their bullpen, went on the DL, was out for a month before they activated him. Reds have action in their bullpen. Foul out of play, and it's 1-2. Reds have right-hander, the rookie J.J. Hoover, starting to crank it up.
And he has started Moreland with all breaking balls. Change his eyes, elevate it, make him see your fastball, and go back to your breaking ball, or you can double up on your fastball. But you can't continually throw these big league hitters the same pitch all the time. He got away with one right there. That's 5 straight breaking balls.
3 of the 4 runs scored by the Rangers tonight came in that 3rd inning, when the Reds made 3 errors in 1 inning for the first time since 2006.
Go up out of the zone.
Another breaking ball, better breaking ball there, fouled away. Rangers only have 4 base hits. Reds have out hit them 10-4, but as has been the case, and you can ask Dusty Baker, it's all we talked about with us before the game, the inability of the Reds to get the big hit, the put away hit. They struggled so mightily over these last 2 weeks of batting with a runner in scoring position.
And you look at that, Parr at 95 miles an hour. He's got a good fastball. Now, I promise you, Moreland is sitting on a breaking ball. If he doubles up and goes back to a fastball, middle of the plate up, he's out.
You just caught it. Bruce back to the wall with room. Wow. He came back with that breaking ball, and Moreland just missed whacking it out of here.
Every now and then as a pitcher, you got to think like a hitter. He threw him the high fastball. As a hitter, I'm sitting breaking ball.
He knew he didn't have it.
No. It didn't have that sound. Good play by Jay Bruce nonetheless, though.
So 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th, and now it's Profar. Switch hitting second baseman tonight, breaking ball in there a strike.
And Profar's got the ability to hit the ball out of the park. The next couple of guys up, there ain't a whole lot of guys in this lineup that don't have the ability to hit the ball out of the park. That's a good pitch right there. Change up. I was looking at the wrong Beltre in this order, by the way. I thought it was Adrian coming up.
Swing and a miss. Well, maybe Ron Washington will try to sneak Adrian up there.
Sneak Adrian up. So I believe, Manny Parr will be able to face this Beltre.
We've all been down that road, big boy. All been down that road. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Parra ahead in the count. We're in the bottom of the 9th. And a weak roller down to Votto. He'll wave off Parra. 2 out. Coming up in a couple of weeks, the greatest stars in all of baseball convene in New York. The Midsummer Classic. With home field advantage for the World Series on the line, it's a 2013 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. July 16th only on Fox.
I told you wouldn't be allowed to face Beltray.
You're right about that. Robinson Chirinos will come up as a pinch hitter and will bat for Angel Beltray. They want to go over the scouting report on young Mr. Chirinos. Now, he's not played over the last, 9 days. He had a 4-game hitting streak, came to an end on the 20th of June against the A's. Got a couple of starts in back-to-back games and has not played since. They sent him to the minor leagues for a short while, brought him back up. Been up and down twice this year since coming over in a trade from Tampa Bay.
Well, in this situation, he's just looking to find something he can drive out of this ballpark.
2 out, nobody on. We're in the bottom of the 9th. 4-4 game. 4-10, 3-8 for Cincinnati. 4-4, 1-4 for the Rangers.
If I'm the Texas Rangers, if Manny Parra comes back out for the next inning, he has started every hitter with a get-me-over slider. There's his changeup. It looks like a split. There's another slider coming.
Well, whatever Parra has been doing of late, we mentioned it's been working because you brought up earlier, Mitch Williams. In fact, this guy has a real good arm. I mean, you saw a fastball a moment ago at 95 miles per hour. Many feel the problem is there's not a lot of movement on that 95 mile per hour fastball. And where from time to time he's really been hurt. Oh, that changeup again and misses outside of the load. Even the count 2-2 on Chirinos.
I think the problem with his changeup, and me being a former thrower, not a pitcher, he tips it. He decelerates his arm when he's going to throw his changeup. So hitters see that and they recognize right away, okay, this is not a fastball, this is not a slider, this is a changeup. And if it's down, they can spit on it.
Swing and a miss. Parra goes through him 1-2-3. His heart skipped a beat when it left the bat from Mitch Moreland. That close. We're on our way to extra innings in Arlington. is presented by Ace Hardware. Well, tune in tomorrow on both Fox Sports Ohio and Fox Sports Southwest for the final game of the series. Coverage begins at 2:30 Eastern, 1:30 Central. David Murphy comes on to play left field, bushing Leonis Martin into center field. And Joe Nathan remains on the mound as we begin the 10th inning. He came on to face Phillips.
And he's facing him.
And he faced him when Chu was thrown out trying to steal second base to end the top of the ninth. So it'll be Phillips, Bruce, and then Heisey here in the Cincinnati 10th inning.
And Joe Nathan's one of the few closers left in the game, Tom, that still throws out of a windup. I don't know if you call it a windup. It really looks like a stretch with a step, but most guys just throw out of a set position anymore. And you see how he starts. All it is a turn of his foot, which is odd to me why you would even do that rather than just throw out of a stretch.
Of course, one of the other closers in baseball, one of the few that also does it, is the Reds closer. Aroldis Chapman works out of a regular windup. On swinging Phillips to begin the 10th inning. I think Phillips is still smarting from that 1-1 pitch. It was called a strike.
Yeah. And this is a ball that's up out of the zone, and Brandon just flat pulled off that. And this is where I think Nathan has to be careful, because Jay Bruce can run into one. He started him off right there with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. And again, I think Jay Bruce twice tonight has gotten first pitch fastballs that he's missed. And Dusty talked about that, them fouling him off rather than squaring him up. Stayed hard with him down and away there.
How about that note right there? Among all National League players over the last 3.5 years, Jay Bruce has more home runs than anybody.
And you look at the very bottom of that list, Giancarlo Stanton, and he's 23.
Of course, Bruce just turned 25.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like Jay's been around forever.
Well, he has, yeah. Came up extremely young, 20 years old.
And Joe was expecting the hey, I'm a veteran guy right there. I guess you'd get that pitch. But it was off the plate away. He tried to backdoor his breaking ball. Well, he didn't try to, but that's where it ended up. Got to be careful here.
3-1 to count on Bruce. And again, there's another fastball that he got to hit. And again, it's one he fouls away.
Well, that one I can kind of understand because it's elevated. But the first pitches tonight, that fastballs that he's gotten, have been right in the middle of the plate. Those are hard to explain how a fastball hitter like him pulls off that and doesn't square it up.
High fly ball straight away center field. Boy, Bruce just got underneath that one. 2 out in the inning.
And we talk about Jay Bruce and him missing the first pitch, that straight fastball right down the middle. I mean, that's right there. He kills that. Another fastball down and away. Fastball off the plate. Now he's going to try and breaking ball it. Doesn't get that call. He misses again right there. Can't get on top of it. And then he hangs a breaking ball right in the middle, and he got himself out.
Saw Bruce flip the bat away in frustration.
He knows he got at least 2 pitches in that at bat to hit out of the ballpark.
2 away in the inning, and now Chris Heisey, who came up to bat as a pinch hitter against Neil Kotz, leading off the 8th inning. Heisey doubled off the left field wall. At that point, Dusty Baker made the decision to pinch hit for Jack Hanahan, but he sent up a guy in Todd Frazier, who you could tell all the way from up here was being sent up there with no intention to bunt. Always found it kind of funny. You and I were talking in between innings. You have a runner at second, nobody out. You don't bunt. You have a runner at first and nobody out, and you do bunt.
I don't understand that thinking either, because I would be more inclined to bunt with a runner on second and nobody out, because now you got a runner in scoring position with less than 2 outs. You can score a run with an out. You got to get a base hit to score a runner from second.
Of course, Dusty Baker did have the bottom part of his batting order coming up, but again, you weren't needing the base hit if a bunt would have successfully been put down.
You put yourself into squeeze, safety squeeze. You can do a lot of things with the guy on third in less than 2 outs.
1-2 to count on Heisey. And he hooks it foul and out of play.
Well, I think the rest of this is bad. If Joe Nathan throws a strike anywhere in the middle, it will be a mistake. He's a veteran enough guy to understand you do not give a guy right here the opportunity to hit a home run. It's a big pitch right here in this at bat.
On the ground is short. And a 1-2-3 ninth inning for Nathan. So Nathan gets the job done, taking care of Phillips, Bruce, and Heisey. And we're back after a word from your local Fox station. Pitcher rather than the saving pitcher. After a 1-2-3 top of the 10th inning, Manny Parra still out there for the Reds. He had a 1-2-3 ninth inning.
I'm going to say this is Parra's last hitter.
And it's a breaking ball to Martin. A strike called. Martin didn't like it.
Every hitter he started with a breaking ball.
Well, you got Hoover going over the scouting report in the Reds bullpen. Got the left-handed batting Martin, followed by right-handed batters Kinsler and Andrews, and that's an out recorded to begin the bottom of the 10th inning. And you called it. Here comes Dusty Baker. He will make the pitching change and bring on the rookie Hoover, as we'll roll back over to the top of the order with one out in the bottom half of the 10th inning. A 4-4 game. We're in the bottom half of the 10th inning in Arlington, Texas. Reds and the Rangers. One more to go in this interleague series over the weekend tomorrow. Now, J.J. Hoover started the season poorly, got on a great run, and then slipped back to where he began before again getting on a nice little run here of late.
Well, if I'm Hoover, I got to think Kinsler's going to be hunting the first fastball he can get to and trying to jump.
Of course, for relievers, that ERA can often be very misleading, and that would be the case for Hoover. He had one game against the Cardinals where he allowed 6 runs in 2/3 of an inning. That's in one game. In his other 33 games, his ERA is barely over 2.5.
Well, and that's the thing about being a reliever. You can give up 6 runs on opening day and not get your ERA back to respectable till August.
That ball stung into right, but Bruce will run it down, and that's the second out of the inning.
This becomes a big out right here for Hoover. Because if he can get him back in the dugout and give his team a chance to score a run and get Chapman on the mound to face the 3, 4, 5 guys of the Rangers, he's done a really good job.
Andrews waiting. And a breaking ball.
Been called a strike all day long. Now, I think that might have fooled the umpire right there. That ball's point blank. Wow. He's been given the high strike all day long, and the last 2 pitches were both at the top of the zone. He didn't give either one of them.
Moving behind 3-0. And there's ball 4. Well, that's the last thing in the world.
Yeah.
You wanted to do with a guy, Andrus, who does not have a home run, batting in the 240s, to face a guy who's had more big hits than any Ranger on this team this year, including tonight when he tied the game with a double to right center in the 6th inning, Nelson Cruz.
Well, and that's the thing. 2 outs, a gapper scores him, a homer, and now he's going to be up there looking for a pitch to drive. There's nothing worse than 2-out walks, and I speak from much experience. Doing a pretty good job trying to help hold Andrus on over there at first base.
Andrus a big lead over there, and he can run, likes to run. Swing and a miss. First pitch fastball 93 down in the zone, and Cruz came up empty. Andrus 17 steals in 20 attempts.
Nelson Cruz, the ball down like that, he struggles with. But if it gets a little bit elevated, he hits hard.
Bork is back, drops one into right field. That'll advance Andrus on to third base. So here comes Adrian Beltre with a chance to win it.
And that's what the 2-out walk leads to. Now you got first and third. You bring a wild pitch, pass ball into play. See, that ball's up in the zone. It's out away from him, but he still manages to get a good enough part of it to get it into the outfield. And this is where, like I said, Hoover's got to be careful here. Because your tendency is to want to make the perfect pitch to a right-handed Beltre. You end up bouncing one, and then the game's over, and you're walking in the clubhouse, and there hadn't been a hit. So Mesoraco's got his worker behind the plate back there right now.
Hoover came on, retired the first batter he faced, issued a 2-out walk, followed by a single, and now it's Adrian Beltre. And a first pitch fastball at 94. Fouled out of play, strike 1. Hoover came over prior to last year in a trade from Atlanta. Straight up for Juan Francisco. A third baseman who has since been released by the Braves.
Well, he was traded.
High pop up. And this will end the inning. That's all for Beltre and the Rangers in the 10th. We go to the 11th, tied at 4. center field by Shin Soo Choo. Reds had a 2-0 lead until the third. 3 errors in the inning. First time the Reds have done that in an inning since 2006. Plating 3 runs. Cincinnati tied the game, took the lead. And then in the 6th inning, a double by Cruz knotted things up at 4 apiece. And you're up to speed as we march on to inning number 11. Reds in extra innings are 5 up, 7 down. Texas 1 and 4. And the Reds have seen plenty of Kyle McClellan through the years, pitching, of course, inside the NL Central with the Cardinals.
He was a guy that wanted to be a starter, bounced back and forth from the starting rotation to the bullpen in St. Louis. He finally ended up getting released by St. Louis, didn't he?
He'll sign as a minor league free agent with the Rangers. It's in there, strike. He's allowed runs in each of his last 3 games. 5 runs spanning his last 4 1/3 innings. Brought up on the 9th of June from AAA Round Rock.
And that's a curveball that he tried to overthrow the heck out of. And Frazier's just looking to get something to hit hard. And we've seen him hit the ball out of the ballpark with that swing, by the way.
McClellan, a guy who had a couple of really good years for the Cardinals. 66 games in 09, ERA under 3.5, 68 games in 2010, ERA barely over 2. Went back and forth, as Mitch mentions, as a starter, a reliever, whatever they needed him to do. And there's another breaking ball that never had a chance when it left his fingertips, and Frazier's aboard to begin the 11th inning.
Yeah, and that right there is a classic case of he's just running off and leaving that break ball. Watch his front side blow open. He's trying to make it break rather than just trusting the fact that he can release it out front. And now, do they bunt here with Mesoraco? You got a left-handed hitter on deck. There's nobody up in the Ranger pen.
Well, Adrian Beltre about even with the bag at third. I think he would be surprised, and quite frankly, you can understand why they would be surprised that Mesoraco is squaring around to bunt.
This might be a good time for one of those butcher boys. A butcher boy, for you folks at home, is where you square around to bunt, pull the bat back, and hit and run. And judging by that attempt at a bunt, it might be an even better idea to do a butcher boy.
The last time Devin Mesoraco had a sacrifice bunt, he was playing in Sarasota, Florida. That was single A ball in 2009.
When you could kind of tell by the attempt right there, he poked at it pretty good.
That's one of the things the Reds have really looked into changing about their minor league system. They've had some phenomenal drafts over about the past 7-8 years. Most of the players on their major league roster now homegrown. Mesoraco, Frazier, etc. That ball is killed, and that's why Mesoraco
shouldn't bunt.
One bunt. 2-run home run by Devin Mesoraco, and that gives Cincinnati a 6-4 lead.
I think the first attempt talked Dusty out of having him bunt.
I think you're right.
And this is the worst part about it. If you're a pitcher and you think they're bunting, so you just want to get a high fastball in there, you're taught as pitchers when they're sacrificing, throw the ball at the top of the zone so they pop it up. Well, he popped it up about 380 feet to left.
The Reds with a 2-run lead. Still nobody out for McClellan. And it's fouled out of play. I'm going to finish that thought. One of the most interesting, I think, scenarios as far as execution inside of an organization was implemented when Bill Stoneman and Mike Scioscia took over there in Anaheim. And they made the decision that it didn't matter who the player was, what their strengths and or weaknesses might be as a minor league player. As Robinson rolls over one to the right side and he's thrown out by Profar. Whether it was Brandon Wood, who had 50 home runs in a minor league season, or whether it was a slap hitter like a Derek Robinson, every player in their organization would be asked to put down X number of sacrifices during a year, execute a hit and run as a runner and a batter, execute a suicide squeeze as a bunter and a runner. You know where I'm getting here.
Right.
A lot of organizations, and the Reds would be right at the top of the list, never thought about doing such a thing for a long, long time. So you'll get a guy like Mesoraco, and there are other players on other teams that come to the big leagues. And you asked a question earlier about why doesn't a guy know how to bunt? If you never ask somebody to do something, why would you expect them to be able to do it?
Exactly. And I think there is no excuse. Everyone that's on a big league baseball field has played baseball since they were 5, 6, 7 years old. I just don't understand. I'm 48 years old. I could walk out there today and get a bunt down. It's all about fear and squaring around. I've never understood it. All you're doing is catching the ball with the bat. And you see so many guys, even at the big league level, that poke at, like Mesoraco just did there. You're not pushing the ball, you're just catching it.
And there's a walk to Shin-Soo Choo. Finishing a thought and tying a ribbon around that thing when Walt Jocketty came in and his entire staff. You know, they decided this is something that has got to be addressed and is being addressed.
Yeah. Well, there were some managers, old school managers. Earl Weaver was a big believer there's only 3 things that can happen with a bunt and 2 of them are bad. So they didn't like it.
Mike Maddox out to visit for the 3rd time tonight. Devin Mesoraco, former #1 pick out of Puxatawney, Pennsylvania. That's right. That's where.
That's right. Puxatawney Phil, is that his name?
That's it.
That groundhog?
That's it.
I didn't know that until I lived up on the East Coast.
Now, have you ever made it down for the big day when Puxatawney Phil's going to tell us if it's going to stay cold or get better?
You know, I can honestly say I would never get out of bed to go see a groundhog.
Well, if you're wondering, Devin Mesoraco has only been there one more time than you have. We asked him about that, and he said, look, when you live in Puxatawney, he said you go from this quiet, beautiful, little Midwestern town, and all of a sudden, in the span of about 48 hours, you know, all the news shows and news organizations from everywhere all over the United States and some from all over the world, they descend into your town for 48 hours. You close your eyes and they're gone.
I just never understood it. People that want to travel to see a rodent. I can see one every morning. I've got 5 kids.
Wow, what a play by Beltran.
Jiminy Christmas. This guy is a human highlight film at third base.
He is something. He has just been such a great player.
You wonder why they call it the hot corner? Look at this play. Wow. And he's not done there. He's looking to get a double play.
Beltran has been such a great player. And that's a word that is often overused, but he has been a great player for a long time. Remember that monster year he had in Los Angeles, 2004. He had 48 home runs, knocked in 121 runs, and left as a free agent to go to Seattle. And everybody said, A, how could the Dodgers let him go? B, why would he go to Seattle? They were on the end of never finishing the job.
Yeah.
Post Randy Johnson, Ken Griffey Jr., A-Rod, the whole thing. And he goes up there and just has a miserable first year. That ball in the air, short right center field. And Cruz will come on to get it, and that is that. But damage done. Mesoraco plays long ball. And the Reds have a 2-run lead with Aroldis Chapman coming on. Play of the game brought to you by Burger King, where taste is king. No doubt about it, as soon as it left the bat. Devin Mesoraco's 4th home run, giving the Reds in the 11th inning a 2-run lead, where now they hand the ball to the hardest throwing pitcher in Major League Baseball. He has thrown the fastest pitch ever recorded, at least on any level of professional baseball, threw at 105 miles per hour 2 years ago in San Diego. And that is left-hander Aroldis Chapman, 19 of 22 in save chances.
Well, and this guy is no day at the beach, especially if you're a left-hander. He's gone through a little funk where he's gotten a little wild over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. And if you're left-handed, it's tough to get in there and get comfortable.
Well, the Reds have had a terrible time on this road trip. And a game that really could have made a tremendous difference in how this trip has gone was the second game on this trip. They got beat around by Arizona a week ago tonight to start this road swing. But the next day, Mike Leake carried a perfect game into the 8th inning. Handed the ball after giving up a hit and a couple of runs to Chapman with a 1-run lead in the 9th. And Chapman did not record an out. Reds lost the game to the Diamondbacks. They would come back to win the next day, but you know the difference between winning 2 of 3 and losing 2 of 3.
Absolutely. And this is a situation. AJ knows that Chapman's been struggling with his command lately, and he's going to make him throw 2 strikes to him. I don't believe, well, the 3-1 count, he might hunt a fastball here and see if he, but it's a 2-run game, so it would make no sense. AJ's going to look to, he's going to make him throw in strike 2.
Which he does.
Now AJ's just going to go into spoil mode. He's not going to try and hit the ball out of the park. He's just going to try and spoil pitches until he gets walked.
And he gets walked on the very next pitch, and that's the way it begins.
That's a veteran hitter right there.
Yep.
Knowing he can't tie the game or win the game, so he's going to go up there, work the count, and make Chapman throw strikes. I know that because that was a lot of hitters' approach on me. Can he throw 3 strikes before he throws 4 balls?
Well, not only did Chapman blow that save on Saturday, he came in the next day to try and save a game behind Matt Latos. He got the save, but he gave up a run.
Yeah.
So he has hit, as you brought up, Mitch Williams, his first real bumpy patch of this season. And his problems have been primarily throwing the ball over the plate. Ball 1.
And see, I look at him, and there's so many moving parts in this delivery. I see him kind of jumping out of that bent back leg rather than just setting it and falling.
And now Devin Mesoraco will come out to visit with Chapman. And well, you can almost sense attention in this entire inning beginning already for Chapman.
You can see the look on his face. He's searching. And I don't care if you're throwing the ball off the screen, you have got to act like you threw it off the screen on purpose, because hitters look out there and see the question marks all over his face. They're going to take. That's all there is to it.
Two-0, and a strike on the outside corner. Of course, Moreland nearly left the yard, leading off the bottom of the 9th inning against Manny Parra. Looked like he caught it off the end of the bat just a little bit.
Just didn't have that right noise to it.
2-1 to count. And a bouncer down to third. Took a funny hop. Good play by Frazier. And they turned the double play.
And that is something that will give a big confidence boost to Aroldis Chapman. I walk the first guy, I fall behind 2-0 on the second hitter, and I get a ground ball double play. You can see the relief all over his face.
So 2 down, nobody on. Cincinnati with a 6-4 lead. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning.
I would be willing to bet that Ron Washington has the take on. You're taking until you get a strike. You'd be foolish not to.
100-mile-per-hour fastball missed just off the corner. The Oakland Athletics lost their game earlier today to the St. Louis Cardinals. So even with a loss, Texas would remain a half game in front in the American League West.
In that game, he didn't record an out. In his warm-ups, he spiked a breaking ball that caused the catcher up underneath his mask, and it kind of carried over. Because he tried to throw a breaking ball. He never got command in that game that he blew, where he didn't record an out.
On Saturday?
Yeah. I was in studio last Saturday for that game.
2-2 to count on Profar. Now the Pittsburgh Pirates have already won their game 2-1 over the Milwaukee Brewers, so that's now 8 straight wins for the Pirates. Reds would remain 4.5 behind them. Cardinals would remain a game back. There's that slider, and that's all she wrote for the Rangers in the bottom of the 11th inning. Cincinnati gets a win from Hoover, lost to McClellan, saved to Chapman. 6-4-11. We're back to wrap it up from Arlington after this message from your local Fox station.